I'm going to take a minute here to make sure that all of the transcodes and all of the other details that I need are up and running. They are. It actually feels like Twitch has been getting a bit better on those lately. Although the last time I said that, I had like a week of not getting them. So I'm sorry for a slightly later start. Again, within parameters, but I actually haven't had dinner yet, and I started making it, but I have a meat pie. For Canadians there, it's tourtière. For those of you who are not Canadians, you can look it up. It's pretty good. Um, but it's going to take me like an hour to cook that thing. And I did not want to delay the broadcast by the hour plus whatever, whatever time it would be to get everything else together and eat it. So there will be a very small break, probably less than an hour from now, while I take the thing out of the oven. I will probably not eat during the cast. I will just deal with the decrepitude later. But you can put the storms of funds through the donation button, which hasn't been used since Twitch. But that's not true, actually. Some of you have been very nice in still using the donation button, but ever since Twitch brought in the affiliate program, that thing's getting a little dusty. But no, I will sacrifice my overall well-being in the name of delivering the sixth mark of the sensation playthrough, as is fully consistent with the game. Although I feel like at this point I should probably be playing the priest. Anyways, I hope you're all doing well. It's always nice to get some comments. The easily the most popular video that I have on YouTube is the one that is sort of the tutorial that's not really a tutorial. Now, with that in mind, that is popular by my standards. There are, of course, YouTubers whose casual playthrough of I just want to see what this game is like, which have 10 or 100 times more views. But it's obviously, it's very clear that whether it's a broadcast for Twitch, like what I'm doing right now, or something specifically recorded for the purposes of YouTube, Cultist Simulator is by far the most popular thing, which is nice. I mean, it's a game that I've been with for a while now. Obviously, I have my Perpetual Edition for being an early Kickstarter backer, and I was even playing it before that with the the alpha that was put out before the Kickstarter. But I did want to take a moment to mention that, just because it's oh, I also forgot to check something on my work laptop, so if you can just bear with me 1 second while I'm typing that up. But one of the reasons why I wanted to mention it is that it is always very nice to see the comments that I get. Only every once in a while there's going to be something which assumes I don't know how to play the game, or just is generally unkind, and that is definitely not true for most other things on the video. So as I'm always fond of saying, one of the reasons why I continue to play this game has largely been because of the people that it attracts. I don't necessarily... I really do try to avoid the, not wanting to hear comments unless there's storms of applause personality, because I think Twitch does a very good job of sort of instilling that mindset in most of its broadcasters. But with that in mind, especially when, there was a while whenever I saw a YouTube comment thing, I'd always just say, it's like, okay, I'm going to wait until I'm in the mood to deal with this. I don't actually do that anymore. Usually if it's a Cultist Simulator video. If there's a couple of videos where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to read this until I'm ready to deal with this nonsense. But again, it does speak very well of the types of people who like to play this game. Flattery will always help me out. And it's one of the reasons I continue to do this. There will be a point, in terms of just, this is also a setup for saying that this will probably be my last live playthrough of Hey Johannanar. Thanks for stopping by. I think you're probably the first one to talk inside of chat, so if nobody replies, that's not on you. But I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well, although a little hungry myself. But yeah, when I say the last live playthrough, it's mostly just because I would really like to open up my Wednesdays and Fridays again. Since Cultist Simulator, it's kind of been dedicated to every Wednesday. And while this has been great, it's also been very good for growth to the channel. It has meant that I really only have one day that's free. And it is worth remembering that the whole reason why I found Cultist Simulator in the first place was a willingness to experiment and try out new things. And, you know, I've been able to find some other games like Hive Time and others. The fact that it used to be 1/3 of my schedule was tied up in specific, like a slightly more consistent type of game that I play. Whereas in the case of, the current format and the way it's been for, I'm pretty sure a year, if not longer now, it's pretty much been that 2/3 of the days are already spoken for, and it makes it hard to get through some of the games I've been wanting to, and it definitely makes the cost of trying something really experimental, like of course Cultist Simulator was at the time, very high. So the plan for that is not to have Cultist Simulator go away, but that will shift to a more YouTube focused. I'll probably wind up doing shorter videos, but I'll do them in proper playlists so that the people who like the really long format will be able to sort of see these big uninterrupted strings of of gameplay. But I want to try and do something that's a little bit more geared towards people who like watching pre-recorded material. And then, there will be live casts in the future. It gives me a chance to sort of work through some of the other stuff that I've been wanting to do. And of course, the Book of Hours is something that will be on the horizon. So that'll be a good excuse to sort of bring back some of these. So if you want to know more about the Book of Hours, there's sign up for updates right here. I believe there's some beta patches coming in terms of workshop support. I haven't really investigated any of those, but as is traditional, we go through the responsibilities. So design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy, production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan, UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar, art, Catherine Unger, Lottie Bevan, Clockwork Cuckoo, Sarah Gordon, music, Maribeth Solomon, Brett Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mar Productions Limited. Joan says, it's completely understandable. You most likely a lot of people to you found you through Cultist Simulator gameplay, but it's also good to diversify and try new games and experiences. Yeah, I mean, the thing too is that, to me, shifting Cultist Simulator towards, so I'm still doing more work as a result of it, because the only thing that I really pre-record is the Morrowind playthrough. Whatever. I mean, it's been Elder Scrolls Arena, then Daggerfall, and then Morrowind. So in the end, I'm still adding more streaming activity to my week, which I was a little uncomfortable with because it really is something that takes up a lot of my time compared to some of the other things that I want to do. And the return really isn't there, right? Like if I do the appropriate millennial thing and side hustle, I'd have some cash to show for it. But as, of course, is the great theme of Cultist Simulator, money isn't everything. Satisfaction and being able to share things or otherwise pursue something that interests you has its own rewards. And so it felt to me that being able to do something in a VOD format, number one, it gave me a little bit more flexibility. So it wasn't sort of this 3 to 4 hour block every week that was spoken for. Instead, if I have a really busy Thursday, let's say, that's fine, because then I can just shift that to a weekend and still catch up, and people aren't necessarily going to be disappointed because there's already some episodes sort of in the can to dole out. But number two, it also it's one of these really tricky. I mean, it's the same. It's kind of like the innovation problem that a lot of firms run into, right? You've got Kodak, whose whole business is around the chemical process for films, but they also had the patents on digital film recording, but you don't necessarily want to disrupt the good thing you've got going. No, I mean, again, like it'd be overstating it to say I've quote unquote made it on YouTube or whatever, but I don't want to take people for granted. Obviously, if people like watching my cultist stuff, I should take that into account. Revealed preferences say that people like it when I do Cultist Simulator and don't quite have the same attachment to Morrowind or Stellaris or XCOM, let's say. But it is worth remembering that the whole reason why I found Cultist Simulator, the whole reason why this thing that has done quite well for me, and I mean has done quite well as a game, was because I was able to experiment and try some stuff that I don't think other people were doing. I don't like, waving the flag on this a whole lot, but I was the first one to do Cultist Simulator on Twitch, which I feel really happy about. There's a couple of other games where I think I can make that claim, although whether or not they become big is a whole other question. So, I do want to get back to a point where I feel like I can experiment a little bit more, and being able to free up the days is one part of that. So I felt it was the best way of dividing the two attentions, still giving something to an audience that very clearly wants to see one thing, while still being able to to try and find new games that interest me and hopefully interest other people. Audio by Soundcuts, additional coding by Chris Payne, Fraser McCormick, Mark Gagne, also known as Lyra Zyder, and Hannah Rose. Hannah Rose actually did some wonderful tweets on the, there was, she had like an audio, a vocal track only, there's like a song, and it was like a vocal track only, and she attached it to a bunch of other more famous songs with hilarious results. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan, additional design by Callan Porter, additional marketing PR by Claire Sharkey, and all due respect to the Chinese localization, Russian localization, and the special thanks people, but I will just keep the original special thanks from the original game. Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, Haley Urias, who is coming off of a very big success in the form of Fall Guys, and of course anyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report. Thank you. On with the games. Where were we? All right, so I believe we were working on the Oh, you know what? We might be past the Rending Mountains now. No, we're on our way to the Lone and Level Sands. I mislabeled the tweet. All right. So we just recently finished a liaison with Rhaenyra, so if I need some dread, I can pick up the Bittersweet Memory. What other games am I considering playing? Some of that I keep under my hat, Johan, but to give you an example of some games... So I actually just finished XCOM Chimera Squad, which was something I'd started but hadn't finished. In terms of things that I've started and would like to finish at some point, Darkest Dungeon, XCOM 2... Oh wow, are these the only ones that are still on the list? I have like a whole list written on a whiteboard here. I have 3 very high priority games. I'll admit they're outside of my usual wheelhouse. They're a little more first person oriented, although not necessarily all of them are shooters. There's one sort of big story based one that I know a lot of people like. There's always going to be a big stack of strategy that I run with. And then there's actually a very big project I've been working on, very slowly, but I really want to get off the ground, although I might make that a YouTube-only thing as well. It involves a lot of history. And I hate to admit it, but there's actually a couple of things which are coming up, but I can't talk about. So there are the ones that I want to keep secret, but then there are other ones which are, I've been sworn to secrecy, but are things that will be released, and when they do get released, that will be when I cover them. But generally, it will be a bit more of sort of an indie focus. Not necessarily all of them are going to have the stronger story element, but usually it's either something story related, something strategy related, and then every once in a while I have to cut loose and play something like what I normally play on my own time, and do a first-person shooter every once in a while. So it's pretty diverse. But I'm really trying to make sure that I stick a bunch of stuff which once I get through the stuff that I've already played, or I've at least started. I do want to make sure that I have some like undiscovered or underappreciated gems. Anyways, I'm 15 minutes in and I haven't started the gameplay yet, so sorry about that. I'm happy to keep talking, of course, but I'm going to make an effort to try and at least work out the plan for the next few minutes. Hopefully this will take me through to when the pie is done cooking. Okay, so I believe we have the better job at Glover and Glover. Yes, so that's gonna have. Oh, but we also got rid of the younger Glover, which got rid of some of the time constraints. So I'm feeling a bit better about that. We were translating. Right, we were translating, but I don't think either we're getting Frisian or yes, the Velshorn inscriptions. Okay. So we're going to get a whole new stack of books to read for the next little bit. We're finishing off the last two expeditions in the Rending Mountains. We'll have to figure out what challenges we're up against. We have a season of visions coming up, so in the worst case scenario, the bittersweet memory will take me through that. You want to ask, did you ever do a detective run? I did. I've done exactly one. So that actually strikes me as the sort of thing I should probably do another video on. Because the whole point of doing the aspirant run was, it's been a while since I've played just vanilla Cultist Simulator. But yeah, I liked it. Actually, I think my first run on that one was on Steam, so there was some guy yelling at me because I was ignoring the folder. And they actually quite literally said that because I was not paying attention, or because my focus was elsewhere, that I had sort of lost the right to my playthrough, that they were going to tell me what to do. Apparently failing to realize that most people in this game can't pay attention to everything all at once, and that was in fact a design choice. But that was kind of funny because of course the designers of the game were in there at the time. But yeah, I've done it a very long time ago, but I have done a detective run through to completion. I think when it was first added, if memory serves, but that's a pretty old one, so I could be mistaken. All right, more health. Do I have yes, I have the Watchman's Glass. So let's go back to. Sorry, I've got tea in the other hand, so I'm not as efficient with the hotkeys. The peacock's door reflects the mirror I hold in my sleep, and the mirror reflects the peacock's door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. Alright. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So here's the big advantage of the senior position at Glover and Glover with the younger Glover gone. We sent the raw prophet off to destroy his reputation. I don't have any way of repairing my Wildering Mirror right now, and so that implies more commissions. And before we got rid of the younger Glover, I wasn't necessarily in a position to be able to do commissions when I had the higher position at Glover and Glover. Now we went for it because we really needed to bankroll the expeditions, but that problem has since passed. So of course, now that we've gotten rid of the annoyance, I can sort of go back to commissions again. And in this particular case, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump between a commission and work, just in order to get the Spintrea up, and as a result be able to send Valsine and others to fix my mirrors. At least until we get another means of opening the peacock door. I've given my agents opportunity to serve. Let us hope it ends well for us all. So I'm definitely going to need to bring quite a bit of knock-in. We're through the high passes, so winter or forge. Of course, we already have some forge. Watchers, mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. We already have enough moth to get past them. So it seems to me that the first thing we want to do is add a knock follower. So we'll bring Enid in first, then we'll supplement the forge with one of our forge disciples, bring that up to the top tier. and then after that we can add another knock follower. The really important thing about that is making sure I get at least one knock in first, because it means whatever challenge emerges will be able to reply with the best fit immediately. My fluids run thin, flesh desiccates, my changes uncoil, my passions dim, I am becoming less than I want. Alright. So, the Velshorn Inscriptions, an epic and notably erotic poem describing a rash musicians' couplings with an eventual flaying by the Red Mother in both Greek and Frisian. The intrepid Cal Velshorn found these inscriptions on a temple wall in Halicarnassus, but the same inscriptions turned up in a surprising number of other places. If you speak Greek, you can use this to learn Frisian. I always wonder what's up with backseat gaming and insulting content creators. You think enjoying someone play a game and watch it from their perspective, opinion, gameplay style, etc. is what you come to see, not getting mad at someone because they aren't playing exactly how you think they should. What's the fun in that? Well, I mean, part of the fun is telling people. I mean, one is the performance of knowing something that someone else doesn't know. And obviously, if that's the satisfaction you get, you're not going to get that satisfaction from just knowing for yourself that you know more than the other guy. You have to demonstrate it. Some people do genuinely think that they're being helpful, but especially for this game, I've never actually been told something that I don't already know. And that's always true. In this case, I usually just delete the comments at this point. Getting mad at someone, I mean, to a certain extent, is a little bit like watching a movie. I think you want to enjoy the movie starting off, but if the movie doesn't turn out the way that you want. So for instance, people don't like digressions like this, but it's a live broadcast and I'm going to interact with viewers, and sometimes people just want the pure gameplay. At which point you have to kind of say, well, that's why you buy the game. You know, in terms of the chat component, it's a division in terms of the audience. Like, you know, you want to make sure that you're interacting with people, especially if they're specifically saying something to you as opposed to a general conversation. Sometimes it's nice when chat is able to sort of interact with itself, but I know a lot of stuff is really sort of tilted towards me. So, you know, in some senses, it's, you know, you have to do the performance. I mean, other times too, like, we're definitely at a point now between Twitter or YouTube or whatever, there is this feeling that every form of entertainment, every entertainment product is specifically for you. And there's a lot of incentives to maintain that illusion, especially if you do this for a living. And so as a result, you know, it's a way of trying to, like, drive the content to material that you specifically want. And, like, the really horrible ways this manifests are when people get really mad at a movie for not, you know, being the way that they wanted. In the end, to a certain extent, you know that the recorded product is not necessarily going to change, but whether, you know, you want another cut of the film, or, you know, it's somebody who you follow, or you want to see the shift. Or alternatively, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I know this impulse myself, and it's one that I really try and keep in check. It's usually in more formal settings rather than online. But there is something very cathartic about just dumping some really negative feelings into someone else. Like, the thing that I don't think we talk about enough in terms of bullying conversations is that bullying's actually really fun, and that's the thing that really sucks about it. Because it's a really easy way to just overall raise the level. Like, so the misery you cause by bullying is very high. The satisfaction you get from that is very temporary and very, you know, it's definitely not commensurate, but of course you don't bear the cost. Well, I mean, immediately you don't bear the cost of the bullying. You get the minor, you know, high from it. And of course, because we've largely kind of gotten to this point, I mean, I'm going to sound like so old-fashioned saying this, but, like, obviously we have a very short-term line of thinking, and we have a lot of very, you know, there's lots of forms of instant gratification. You know, I've got a Twitter habit just like everybody else. And so as a result, being able to go into those impulses, the costs for doing so are very low and borne by someone else. Well, they're very low to you, potentially zero because they're borne by someone else. Whereas the person who's left with it, it sort of depends. I mean, I'll admit, like, to a certain extent, I am not gonna like sit down and cry because someone said something mean to me on the internet. But it is a real drag, when the only comment you're gonna see on YouTube is gonna be a negative one. It just makes you kind of feel crummy. And I generally prefer not to feel crummy over feeling that. And so, that's one of the reasons why I like to highlight the fact that Cultist Simulator was better for that. But, it's one of the things, I mean, nobody ever thinks they're doing something bad in the moment, right? There's always some justification. Most of the time they'll tell you their justification. Hey, Masamagoma! It's been a while. How are things? I'm very happy to see you. Well, very happy to see you. Very happy to see you resubscribe. So that's 11 months, one more away from the full year. I never like saying it's been a while to someone because it implies that I'm taking attendance or I'm otherwise, it sounds like the loyalty test. Where were you? But it has been a while. Thank you very much for the resub. That's quite a way to make an entrance, but happy to see you again. You can almost say it's like an addiction or an obsession. Like you've said, we've usually got the instant gratification and disregard for long-term consequences. Yeah, and I mean, it's in this case, I wind up getting a little platonic here. But obviously the harms that you make to yourself by falling into those impulses are not ones that you feel in the short term. It's just one day you wake up and you're an unpleasant person. And so I really don't like telling stories like this about myself, but like there was a guy at a bar that was really annoying. Like nobody really liked being around him. And he was just annoying in a benign way. It was just like they were obviously not 100% like on the same wavelength as everyone, and they were maybe pushing a little bit too much into the like, I'm here at a bar, I'm not under an obligation to chat with you, and having politely indicated I'd maybe not like to continue the conversation, they'd maybe still push on with it a little bit. But there was like this one moment, I always feel really bad whenever I see this. I think they'd wanted to get like a dessert or something like that. It was a little bit more than they'd expected, and they only brought cash, so they didn't have enough. And so I was already on my way out, and I mean, again, like the staff was kind of like making fun of the guys. I might have made life a little more difficult for the staff doing this, but I left a quick note as I went on. It's like, just put the cost of a dessert on my tab, make sure he gets that in a few minutes. And like the guy was like really surprised that I did that, because it was kind of obvious that he was annoying me a little bit. But one, like, there's a certain point at which you will recognize someone else's unhappiness or disappointment or whatever. Having a moment like that happen to you is incredibly rare and usually something very special. I just started work in Ottawa around that time, so like I was in enough money that wasn't a big decision. But the other thing is if you develop a habit of doing stuff like that sort of at random, one day you wake up and you become a nice person. I'm hoping one day I wake up and become a nice person. But there's the other version of that too, which is if you let yourself fly off the handle every time, or if like every time something doesn't go your way, you write a nasty comment, or whenever someone disagrees with you online, you go and look at the profile and you look for that thing that they said that pissed you off, and then you write like 600 quote tweets on the thing. That also forms a habit. So again, like that story, that's the lesson of that story is not, aren't I good for buying a guy dessert? Again, I probably caused a bunch of problems for the staff who just wanted to get the guy out of out of the building. But as I actually heard about that from someone else later, so I suppose if anybody ever like says, "Oh, that guy's a jerk," I can use that as my little badge. But again, all of it comes down to, you know, the costs that you will bear for being an unkind person are the sorts of things that you won't realize, and potentially until it's too late. And so it's always good if you can to, if not balance it out, at least try and develop the counter impulse. Which of the Indiana Jones movies is my favorite? I'm fond of Raiders of the Lost Ark, although I don't dislike The Last Crusade like others seem to. All right, anyways, Frisian, the language of Midas, Tecmessa, and the priests of Sybil. So we've got a minute for the inscription, or so the Frisian inscriptions. And we're practical souls, strong and forward. We'll probably be fine. Well, we'll add Laidlaw to bring it up. And I can still use unresolved ambiguity, so we'll take that out of the Peacock door. The Mountaineers Road. Our forward skills represent plenty of expertise. We'll almost certainly make it through. Last night I opened the Peacock door, and beyond it, the bright spaces of the house, I met a pilgrim adept. I am almost ready, they said, to pass the summit of the house, to prepare for the final ascent. Perhaps you'll join me. I will need allies to fight for my place. Here's a story to help you rise. Oh, you know what? No, I need Vagabond's maps, not unresolved ambiguities. That was a dumb move on my part. Oh well. Lesson learned. Let's talk with Valsine about a mirror. I'm focusing on the cracked watchman's glass because it takes silver spintrea to repair. The others require bronze, which I don't currently have. What's your favorite, Johan, if you have one? I finished the manuscript, so obviously here I would have been talking with Madame Bichet, but this is going to be tied up for a couple of minutes. Let's go back to Glover and Glover. I do need the reason now that it's the senior job. Now, if I want to pursue the board seat, I can use my passion, but I'm not quite ready to take the notoriety risk. Frostguard and Shivering, we've made it through the mountains. Massimo Goma says, you can't get past having like 20 cards on your table in the game. It's definitely a struggle. Really? This is actually one thing that surprises me a little bit. We've got a season of... You know what? This is not the smartest thing, but I'll dwell on a bittersweet memory because I bet I can cancel out the... dread in short order. Yeah, I hear a lot of people talk... You see, this is the thing. When we're talking about sort of perspectives and things you take for granted, like for me, getting to this state is almost rote at this point. And so it's sometimes a little funny to hear people struggling. But then, you know, it's just a matter of sort of sitting back and saying, it's like, oh, hang on a second. Like, you know, yes, of course it's hard. You know, the whole idea is playing, you know, you learn the game as you play the game. Like, it is not at all obvious that you combine, you know, a passion and like moth lore to find your way to the wood. Like, what possible life experience do you have to suggest that that's a natural thing that you would do? So it's funny because the way I think about Cultist Simulator has obviously changed over the last couple of years, but that's not true for most people who are stopping by the stream. Most people who are stopping by the stream are at the point of, what the hell is going on in this game? So I realize, like, when I get to this point on videos, like, it's already completely impenetrable to a bunch of people, where I'm like, oh, it's easy. You just do X, Y, and Z, and, you know, your board just fills up with this wonderful, colorful range of of cards. Like, that's completely not the way that the game works. But it's like getting tech support from someone who's really good at computers. They never speak English. I know they think they're speaking English, and I'm not bad at computers, so I'm guilty of this too. But it's you know, you just gain a new perspective that it's sometimes hard to remember what you were like when you were learning. I'm just gonna finish this tea and then we'll jump back in. I'll admit the pie is making the fact that I haven't eaten yet a little tricky. You're torn between the two. Yeah, I kind of think at least the last time that I walked away from it, Raiders of the Lost Ark was to me from like, so this is my taste talking here. This is not an objective statement of the movie, but to me, I walked away with the impression that Raiders of the Lost Ark is the superior film, which does not imply, enjoying one does not imply disliking the other. I put on a shirt today. I did not put on that shirt because I hate the others. I don't play Cultist Simulator because I hate the other games. I do it because I like Cultist Simulator. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's just the last time I watched it, I kind of had that clear feeling. I wasn't too fond of Crystal Skull. It's been I've only seen Temple of Doom once, but I remember when I watched it, I did not care too much for it, which is why I haven't seen it later. But now that I've seen Crystal Skull, maybe I'll come back to the Temple of Doom to see if the if it's grown on me. The Frisians worship the Great Mother, who we call the Grail. Theirs was the land in which the Sisterhood of the Knot was born, and this is the tongue in which the Thunderskin pleaded at his ascension. So let's just jump ahead and get the next batch of books read. So we'll start with it. At this point, I'm just going to kind of read them in order. There are some arguments for looking for some more of the Forge and the winter books, but I'll work with I'll work with how I left them at the start of the last one. So. Concursum Diaries. The Diaries of the Explorer and Murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. Lock the study door. The work begins. All right. At this point, I think I'm going to add Neville to the expedition. So this will bring us the knock that we need to deal with one of the other challenges, and then we'll just be adding money after that. So this might permit me to hesitate. So in this case here, we'll take the Dread and the Contentment. And this is just I'm just sort of annihilating them. There's no, I could have just let the Bittersweet Memory expire on its own, but I don't know, I kind of just wanted to get that potential bomb off the table. My follower is at work on the mirror. Okay, look closer. Closer still. Closer. Keep looking. Closer. Now close your eyes. Come closer, dear ones. We have something special for you. So this is really interesting that it always seems to be that Grail goes above Moth whenever we do those runs. Bleak thoughts. Dark days. I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. Oh. I do still have time for a commission. I, for some reason, forgot to do other work. So we'll take the commission on Heart. I'm curious why the music's been so quiet. I know I've been on pause for a bit, so I thought that might have been the cause, but we've been without music for a while. The mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. Yeah, that's a good point. It's actually one of the reasons I'm disappointed that they retitled it to Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, because of course as you point out, the parallels between him and Belloc. The original title implies that Indiana Jones is as much a raider of that ark as anyone else, and of course it is his development as a character that he learns, to do. He learns to respect it maybe a little bit more, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And separating him from the Raiders, I think, takes something. It's a subtle change, but it's I feel like it's a branding exercise at the expense of a more satisfying reading of the movie. And obviously there are other things in the movie that are either enhanced by that perspective, or it highlights other features that make it a worthwhile film. But it's their movie, right? They can call it whatever they want. No. The present pleasures will end ill for them. Perhaps they'll think it's worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. All right. The Diaries of the Explorer and Murderer. All right, we've done that. And tell you what, just in case we're in silence forever, I like the soundtrack, so... Gives me a... there we go. Gives me a chance to hear the music again. So I think... it's a little bit harder for me to argue. It's a little bit harder for me to argue for a big stack of like glimmering and erudition and whatnot. But given the fact that I might try to upgrade some of these unresolved ambiguities into Vagabond's maps and so on, I think I'm going to translate all of my books and then read them again in order to just try and generate all of the extra, all of the extra cards. It also lets me sort of pick when I potentially generate some negative side effects, like reading, how the end will. What is it? Is it how the end will begin? Anyways, so in this case, we'll start with the Vincent inscriptions, and again, this is just a translation job, and then we'll read the books after the fact. So, Everett Vincent transcribed these Frisian inscriptions from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, legend has it, were hot to the touch. Yeah, and I actually think that was sort of where the crystal skulls sort of fell apart. It seems like they tried to do that, but it really didn't have the same sort of magic that the Connery and Ford relationship did. Lock the study door. The work begins. So, out of curiosity, what has you? Is it? I don't know if I don't think it's the vaults that are provoking that, but what has you asking about Indiana Jones? Is it just something that came to mind, or? The big secret well, not really a secret because I bring it up too much, but I used to work in movies in Vancouver. I worked in the camera department. So it's not just that I have lots of opinions of movies and really like them, but I've worked a little bit on... There's at least a couple of things that are reasonably well known that I worked on. But more importantly, I just... I've found it very hard to suppress the urge to really get into movies. I still sort of watch them the same way that I did when I worked in that. And so one of my weak points is if we start talking about movies, it's possible that I just turn it into a into a movie chat stream. The serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in. Its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power we bear. All right. So again, we're continuing on the translation jobs. So I've got the Burning Woman, transcription of play by Menander, the victor, possibly the dramatist, the dramatist of that name into Frisian with commentaries. Okay, my own heart pumps more strongly today, and we're still working. I don't think I read this yet. The serpent's mouth is large to... Oh, I probably did. Anyways, the serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in. Its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders. But it will almost certainly it will respect the power we bear. And this was the last... Back! It's too much for us. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so these were from back when... Two of them were from back from when I started... when I started streaming, so it was American Beauty and a sound clip from Annie Hall is the donation message. Subscription is obviously the wonderful climax of Raiders of the Lost Ark. There's another one. No, hang on, sorry. The follow announcement is American Beauty with the Annie Hall quote. The donation is actually it's a combination of the very famous quote from Wall Street and a scene from a movie called The Killing, which, if you like Reservoir Dogs and you haven't seen The Killing, you will actually realize that Reservoir Dogs is a lot less original than a lot of people gave it credit for. Which doesn't mean it's like I actually rather like Reservoir Dogs. I just also know that so Tarantino has the references he makes to let everyone know that he's seen a lot of movies, and then he has the references where he wants to make a good movie, and he never. It's really interesting. He signposts the stuff that makes him look cool and lets you know that he's seen a lot of movies. He doesn't signpost the stuff that are his actual influences, and in the case of Reservoir Dogs, pretty much all of the stuff that people credited that movie with are things that were innovated in The Killing, which is fine because there's you want to learn from your predecessors and make good movies. I don't necessarily I'm a little bothered by the fact that behavior is consistent enough that I think he really is trying to get away with something when he does that. But that doesn't stop me from being able to enjoy the movies. Although I do prefer The Killing, if I'm completely honest. Anyways, so the video clip from that one, it's only the subscription one that has the same original clip. I actually need to come up with better alerts, because technically I don't have the rights to those, and the number two, they're kind of incongruous, but I don't know what else I'd replace them with. Alright, I'm going to take the chance that there's a Vagabond's map here, but it might be some Dread instead. Well, there we go. I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have set wards about it and warnings before it, and they have left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the corpse of the sun. Those things are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, their warnings say. And if they complete their work, the Mansis will be nowhere one day. Yeah, I mean, so keep in mind that The Killing's a bit of an old movie, but if you don't mind older movies, it's one of Stanley Kubrick's earlier works. I wouldn't put it beside like Paths of Glory or something like that. Clearly, he, pretty much anything Kubrick did was great. But The Killing is not the one that people usually will hold up as the must-see Kubrick movies. But I actually think it's worth watching. In particular, I mean, if you like the history side of stuff, to consider how many things we take for granted, and in some cases even still say are very innovative film techniques in terms of like narrative and how to present a story in the film way, and to consider how old they are. A bunch of the stuff that people take as being sort of cutting edge is already in The Killing if you look for it. I really do think it's one of these examples of a movie that it's not the one that you'll necessarily hold up as like the best, but on the other hand, I also think it's one that probably doesn't get enough respect for. And again, that's not to say that The Killing is some like misunderstood or underappreciated. So like, if you want stuff that's like actually really good and like nobody seems to have watched when it came out, like you might want to look at like Strange Days, the Catherine Bigelow movie. Like that's a movie that seemed to have just vanished off the face of the earth. The Bad and the Beautiful, it's a wonderful black and white movie about Hollywood. It's a Kirk Douglas movie. I don't know anyone else who's ever seen that one. I think it's probably one of the best movies about making movies. There's lots of stuff which is like, I haven't seen anyone who really like. There's ones where it's like I don't know of anyone who's even heard of this stuff, let alone seen it. The Killing is not one of those. I think The Killing, because Kubrick is such a giant in terms of filmmaking, it's hard to ignore. Although Fear and Desire probably is the counterpoint to that, and I don't know anybody who Day of the Fight or the Flying Padre. Those aren't exactly the sort of things you'll see on film school study lists or anything like that. But excuse me. Yeah, for the most part, I feel like the killing is at least appreciated as a movie, and it's not that hard to find. Whereas, some of these other ones, I mean, this is one of the problems with streaming now, right? Is that because everybody's sort of fighting over their libraries until the people who own those rights have their own streaming service, those may not be the titles where the streaming services see a value in buying those lesser known titles. Actually, another example, Network, the movie that has the whole I'm mad as hell and not going to take this anymore scene. There's a bunch of people I know who've never heard of that movie. And that's a shame, because that movie, every time I've watched that movie, it's only gotten more relevant when I've seen it. But yeah, like a lot of this stuff is kind of hard to watch now, because if the agreements for the streaming services didn't line up properly, it's not always so easy to find this stuff anymore. This is why I love going to the library, because they still usually have like DVDs or Blu-rays. I mean, they have video games there now too, but this is a great and inexpensive way to be able to see some old films. Significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? Add to your cults, and there we go. We can begin to repair this, but we'll take a silver spintrea to purchase the necessary materials. Oh, I've not even heard of that one. I'm gonna have to add that to my list now. Can you give me an elevator pitch for come and see, Johan? All right. Fortunately, we've lost the notoriety here, although we'll probably get the next one. We'll probably get it from finishing the expeditions. So let's chuck in some extra money. Looks like nobody got bitten or eaten. I will take the time. Oh, you know what? I probably should have turned in the commission. But while we're at it, I'll work on a very substantial secret histories commission. Sorry, I'm talking too much about movies. I prepared the text for study. Now we move on to the Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Why is it often copied? From the perspective of a young Belarusian boy teen and his experience with the German occupation forces. Okay. The serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in, its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but almost certainly it will respect the power that we bear. Oh, I should have been paying attention to what was coming up, because we do have bleak thoughts, and I don't immediately have a way of... Okay, I have a way of getting content. Every time I say it, I don't immediately have a way of getting contentment. There's always someone's like, oh, you can buy drugs. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to. So within the confines of how I normally get contentment, those are locked off to me. And now I need to think about how I'm going to get around that. I can paint, although I need to go to work. I can take my chances with Dream. Oh wow, the serpent got us again. I think I'm just gonna roll the dice with a standard Dream. Hey Erasmus. This German unit, which across the movie commits horrible acts of terror, is based on a real-life unit called the Durwanger Brigade. So like in this case, I suspect they're not doing Life is Beautiful style occupation movie. In this case, I think they're doing sort of a document of what happened. I mean, those ones I'm really interested in just because they tend to be a country's description of their experience of the war, and it's sometimes nice to see something that's more than just the storming of the beaches of Normandy, or something something more than just like it's nice when you get more than just the Americans. And I don't mind some of the American war films, but people don't lose that often inside of them. An expedition member has fallen. Our numbers dwindle. This is a particularly tough one to lose because Enid was my way around the serpent. So let's get her patched up. Compassion or convenience? So complete the healing of a follower. Perhaps now they'll survive, but there are limits to what the human body can sustain. So we'll deal with the logistical difficulties first, and we'll toss a dexterous disciple and just. I don't think it'll actually move the needle all that much for us, but I gotta work with what I've got here, obviously. It's true. Although I mean, it's not that Soviet films are without. I mean, I really like Soviet-era jokes, so there's. I don't immediately assume that it's always going to be permanently bleak, but it's also a fairly good. It's usually a fairly good bet, particularly when you're talking about the war. All right, that's my pie. So I'm sorry for those of you who are hoping for a little bit more content in the first hour. Now that that's done, I'm going to take a quick minute away. Hopefully you will not hear me screaming as I put my hands into a hot oven. But I'm just going to step away from the keys for a few minutes while I get that out. I'm not going to like stop to eat or anything like that. But I am going to take a minute just to get this thing, stop this thing from burning. So see you guys in a minute. Oh boy! All right, this is gonna be a very difficult couple of hours because this thing smells really good, and again, I haven't had dinner yet, but and I know it'll take a little bit longer than I want to get everything else sorted out. So I'll let it cool for a little bit, and hopefully I will. Oh, I should have refilled some water. That's fine. We'll press ahead. But yeah, I'll endure. I'm gonna wind up with like 6 Grail influence by the end of this stream, having a nice fresh meat pie wafting through the apartment. Okay, so I think I was taking my chances with the Crowds of Sleep, but I can push. No, I can't because I don't have any reputation. Let's just push ahead with work then. No more commissions to do until the talk verb is free. We've got profound and restful sleep, so that'll be helpful for clearing up the sickness. But I do need to find a source of contentment. Prepare the text for study. Once again, we translate to the Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabus claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex in a supposedly extinct Frisian tongue from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. The third was given to the sea. Yeah, I'll check it out. I mean, I'll check out the movie too. And usually, whenever I watch a movie, it tends to provoke, you know, a bit of a study on the subject. But you've definitely given me enough to want to check it out, Johan. So I'll definitely do that. Got it written down here. Alright, as it lowers its great head, moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? What does it remember of its eldest sister, whose power we call upon? Alright, so Enid wound up with a knock scar. I'm a little lucky there, because she's even better at knock now. Actually, I think the combination of her and the... I'm just one short. I could give her a knock gift, but I don't like Enid that much. Because I don't like her enough to give her a knock gift. Alright, where were we with the talk verb? Right, I was turning in commissions. Nope, before I do that, I want to get a commission. Nope, I want to turn in first because that gets the cooldown going. I'm going to be at work for 43 seconds. Alright, the affliction is easy to deal with. Due to the profound and restful sleep, we've got a season of visions coming up, and it could be that chat with Rhaenyra, assuming that we're out of the expedition early enough, will be something that gives me the contentment that I need. But let's not count on that. I have what the doctor requested. Treasures lie before us. Still the same text as before. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So, unfortunately, I'm still waiting for Bronze Spindrea. Nothing else for us to do with the expedition now, so that's not bad. Although at some point I'm either going to need to keep the summons in a holding pattern while I get the additional locations. Or I'm going to need to just kind of crash into the tombs of the Shadowless Kings right away. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt maybe to keep the summons in a holding pattern while I go to the Ecdysis Club for the contentment if things with Rhaenyra don't turn out. And then I can also unpack some of the Vagabond's maps for the locations in the Lone and Level Sands. I think I'll... Oh no, we can do the commission right away. Alright, moving right along, we've got the Book of Masks, Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called The Vagabond. In one sense, all of the books are kind of priorities now, seeing as they're higher level ones. I sort of feel like, you know, it's not 100% clear which ones are going to give me these last couple of steps. And of course, being able to get things like the right intercalate would also be helpful. So in those cases, technically all of the books are all a priority all at once. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. Okay, so apparently because Rhaenyra's off, I have contentment because I'm able to just do whatever I want. I'm going to the 1920s video arcade and playing Afterburner 2. That was around in the 1920s, right? All right, we've got the mirror, so let's go back through the peacock door. This time well, I mean, getting another unresolved ambiguity wouldn't be bad because that lets me double it up and move that to a vagabond's map. On the other hand, that's probably one of the most costly ways that I can get that type of lore. I figure going through standard journeys to the peacock door is probably going to be enough at this point. All right, and the memory of war. In the crumbling depths of the Hunter's Pits, we found a room where battle scenes are painted on the walls. Here are the shrines to all the greatest hunters of the Tearing tribes. There are trophies that the hunters won. Not all beasts they slew are beasts that walk the earth today. So some notoriety to show for our efforts. Rhaenyra's back. The Raw Prophet and the Callagine we already had. Neville Laidlaw. And we've got the Scaptodon Fang. It is rare for the Lionsmith to make Scaptodons now, but they are difficult to kill and they live a very long time. So that's a 12 strength. Yeah, we've definitely got no shortage of powerful edge. I should probably realign these so that the most powerful ones are at the bottom if that's... I'll do that later. More bitter black salts. Of course, we've already got the paintings, so not as important. The August Stone, a tremendous bowl, big as a gong, carved from black basalt, with matching incantations in Aramaic and Mandiac. If you speak Aramaic, you can use this as a key to Mandiac. So this is great, seeing as the second glory is a deep Mandiac text. More bitter black salts. The Malleus Imperative. This is a pretty powerful forge artifact. Now, this is a rather good one for me because we've been short on forge influence. Even my followers, sort of their maximum level is 5, and you'll notice that in the Khalidate invocation, that's still going to be a equivalently, this is the same forge power. The difference is that maybe I want to have a higher level knock for the summoning or something like that. And so being able to have variety in terms of the instruments that I use, that's one of the big reasons why this is a fairly good find. So a tiny earbone blackened by intense heat, applied correctly, it can crack stone. Another Scaptodon Fang. We get, I think, 3 of these. The Book of Dissolution, Alexander Probst, following the foundational work of Hostimur, recovered a copy of this work from a mountain temple in Persia. Other copies surface now and then, usually seared on rock. Yeah, it's 3 and 3 for each. All right, now I don't have the same reason to go. I don't have the same reason to go to the Ecdysis Club now, so I think in this case let's just clear out the Tombs of the Shadowless Kings. Again, it's going to be the combination of the Callagine and the Raw Prophet leading. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what we need to deal with, it just means this is the way I can avoid them from becoming unsummoned. So we must penetrate the mountains, past the Guardians, brave the curse the Shadowless Kings left behind. Perhaps then we will find treasures. So that sounds to me like Forge, Moth, Grail, and then probably Heart or Winter. We'll see. Apparently I forgot to put the mirror on the way to the Peacock store, so we'll work with that. And the commission's done in 20 seconds, and we'll be able to turn in with Madame Bichet. We'll have to wait a little while for the for Jannings and Adim to become available, but I think we're back on track in terms of the different tasks we want to do. And most importantly, I'm now at a point where old and happy far off things. So this gives me a reason to paint now. Actually, I can't paint because then I'll lose my job. Or no, hang on, because there's 30 seconds before this comes up. I might still be able to paint away the restlessness. Anyways, we're also in a good spot now because I don't believe there's a book that we cannot translate at this point. So let's go back to Glover and Glover for work. I keep forgetting I need to put the reason in. I'm not ready to put the passion in because I'm going to be generating quite a bit of notoriety on my expeditions. And I mean, there's ways of working around it. It just happens to be that I'd like to keep my summons for the time being. Even the whole reason of keeping the summons around isn't as strong as it used to be because of the amount of time that I have between tasks that I need to do at G&G. But I figure I'll make the most of what I've got. All right, so oh, there's 4. Okay, so yeah, Forge, Moth, Grail, or Edge, Heart, or Grail. Okay, well, and then it's the Lantern or the Knock that's really gonna mess around with me here. So let's start with. So I'll add Enid just as a starter, and then we'll sort of file in everybody one at a time. I'm going to prioritize a bit of Grail on this one just so that we can deal with the Creeping Breath Curse. The big challenge on this, of course, is going to... Did I forget to turn off the... Sorry, just give me a second here. I want to make sure that I turned off the oven. I just heard a click, and it would be nice if I did not... Well, I won't burn the apartment down, but it'd be nice not to waste electricity. I'll be back in a sec. Sorry about that. This will make a pretty terrible video on YouTube, I think, so my apologies in advance. Or, I guess, after the fact, because the people I'm apologizing to won't be hearing this for about an hour in, assuming they've stayed on. Anyways, yeah, so I did leave the oven on. I'm actually kind of surprised I heard the click through my headphones, but there we have it. So we're sending Enid through. So again, if it's not clear what I'm trying to do here, basically, here are the threats that we have to deal with. So we've got the high passes, bleak and gray-green slopes, lift the eye to the distant snow-edged, sky-straining peaks. It'll be a devil of a job to find anything in there. Forge will sustain us, winter will shield us. Watchers, mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. We have the Creeping Breath Curse. We need Heart or Grail to suppress this curse, otherwise it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. And then finally, a hidden door. Hidden doors can be found with a lantern or knock. So the reason why there's a particular order in which I add people on my different expeditions, and the main idea here is that if there is a challenge that I will potentially face, and I don't have any of the influence that I need to overcome it, then I'm going to add that. I'm going to add that person first. So it kind of seems to be that the challenges go left to right. I'm not 100% sure if that's exactly the way that it goes, but on the odd chance that it happens to be in a different order, the idea here is that by adding Enid at the very beginning, we now have 7 knock influence. So if the hidden door comes up first, then I'm able to add Neville, and we get to our top level of knock. Similar case for the Creeping Breath Curse. I just need to add Rhaenyra. We've already got the 8 Grail. For the Watchers, we actually already have 16 Moths, so they're sort of the lowest priority. And then the High Passes, we have Forge. One of the reasons it's important to do this early is that we have 4 challenges and 2 funds right now. So if you don't manage this properly, if you don't make it to a situation where once the event pops up, you're able to add the last person to bring you to the level that you want, you're going to, what's going to happen is you're going to have to choose to abandon the expedition or not get the person that you want. So like if we just said, okay, well the door's not going to be coming up for a while, so let's not worry about Enid or Neville, I'm still going to have to add funds, and then if I have to add funds before I run into the door, I know I'm only going to be able to add one of the people who has a higher level of knock. I'm actually a little curious why Enid's now up to 7. I always thought it was just 1 that you got from a scar. But anyways, yeah, so the idea here is to basically minimize the number of cases where I'm going to need to add 2 cards in a row, particularly in a situation where I only have half of the worldly possessions required to get through it. Okay, we've prepared the Book of Masks for study. I think just while I'm at it, I'll get the last couple of Frisian texts translated, and then we'll worry about learning Mandiak. I've already prepared the space for it, but we will now read The Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies, Siftings of the Disgraced Oracle Damon Azanaton. Lock the study door, the work begins. So in 60 seconds, I will paint with the moth here. Although, unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have some of my reputation gobbled up, so whether or not I can paint effectively is a whole other question. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. Well, at least I got another mystique for the effort. Should get some commissions in a minute. Okay, I think I'm going to risk the Worm Museum again. That's a pity. The world is still as ice, each movement is a journey. A 15th order influence, this might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become dread. So I either need to find a good way of dealing with the dread that emerges, or I may want to use this with the talk verb. So, last night I visited the Worm Museum, which is both within the Mansis for security and without for safety. The hours have charged the Colonel with its defense, and even the Lionsmith does not challenge him here. Winter is the chiefest aspect of this place. The worms thrive where things end, but they can also be ended, and they must if the Mansis is to endure. This morning, the chilly certainty of the Colonel's hand still lies on my shoulder. Nothing I can really do dream-wise. I'm going to hold off on repairing the mirror until I get some other tasks dealt with. There's another fleeting reminiscence. The detective's already eating up my mystique. Half-glist wistfulness has touched me. He would like a very substantial commission on heart. Adim would like something in 10 seconds. The Explorer's Road. We are practical souls, strong and forge. Will probably be fine. Again, we add Laidlaw so that we can push ourselves over the edge. And the good doctor would like secret histories. All right. I'm gonna sit on this frost for a little while. It's a small risk, but I'll see if I can make something happen. Okay, another Season of Suspicion coming up, so I'd love to do a commission, but in this case I think I'm going to get the painting done specifically because, well, 1, because it might give me some contentment to deal with the Perfect Frost. 2, we've got a counter that's eating up all of my reputation. So the return is not going to be as high if I wait for the painting. And finally we will Oh, it's Aramaic, my bad. The sun has, as the sun his course. Sorry, as soon as I went to deal with my dinner, I feel like I just killed the chat. So sorry about that, guys. It does give me a chance to make a little more progress in the game, but please don't assume that I don't want to hear from you. The sun his course, as the sun his course. Joel of the Bridge, a retired soldier and sometime tollkeeper, wrote this epic poem about Alexander's famously inexplicable decision at Issus to withdraw from the war with the I'm bad at this Achaemenids and his subsequent return to Macedonia. Alright, let's get the painting done right away. So in this case we've got 2 reputation and 2 passion. I don't know if I get staleness as a result of this. I think staleness has changed since the last time I made the most of this. Let me just put my phone on mute so I don't have to get news notifications. You never know, this might be a living. And we'll toss the restlessness in. This is to avoid the dread, given the fact that I'm leaving a winter influence to decay. There's of course the possibility that I'm going to wind up with 2 dread on the table if I don't do something to deal with it. So these are just going to hang around. Colors of the night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So here, I think I will toss in Rhaenyra, and then I should probably put some money in. I might make it 2 money, or 2 funds. Repairing the cracked watchman's glass, we'll add the silver Spintrea, and passion intensity. I see the mistakes, but I also see the end. Finished. Exceptional work. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. Faithful watchers, the Grail seductions. Come closer, dear ones. We have something special for you. So here we'll add the funds to keep the expedition going. We've got our last translation, and now it's time for us to learn Mandiac. So more Aramaic. Lock the study door. The work begins. Alright, my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Let's see what we got. So we did generate some mystique, which is nice because that'll keep the weary detective busy. I think we're probably, yeah, we're a little early on the contentment, so I don't think I'm going to be able to use that to get rid of the bitter atmosphere. Some notoriety. Oh wow, that's a lot. I didn't generate any money from that though, but I also didn't get staleness, so it's a bit of a wash. Oh, and he went straight for the notoriety. All right, well. I'm not really bothering with Dream right now because it's really Vagabond's maps that I need at this point. Alright, the mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. So back to the peacock door. More watchman's glass. The peacock's door reflects the mirror I hold in my sleep, and the mirror reflects the peacock's door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. Their present pleasures will end ill for them. Perhaps they'll think it's worth it. Meanwhile, we can pass. So at some point we're going to need to take a little bit of a break on the expeditions to unpack the remaining Vagabond's maps. It's just the question as to whether or not I do that before or after Misana. There's kind of an argument to just plow into Misana right away, but we'll see. We still need additional money, so let's chuck the financing in. So looks like the icy atmosphere... Actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to dodge... the despair. Right, I prepared the text for study. Mandiac is the language of a Gnostic sect in the remotest parts of Persia. Deep Mandiac remains the language of a sect within that sect, but once it was spoken by adepts. So we'll work on some commissions after my shift. So in this case, it's, oh, actually it's substantial, so I can get by. It doesn't really matter at this point, but I could actually get away with using a furtive truth. This may be useful for a commission. But as you can sort of see, we've got the same pattern in place. So whenever I finish my shift at Glover and Glover, now that the timer is longer than 60 seconds, I can afford to do a commission. The commissions will eventually give me bronze and silver Spintrea. We've been getting a lot of iron recently. But yeah, that's essentially the loop for now. Is I work for the money for the expeditions. Between shifts at Glover and Glover, I do commissions so that I can get bronze and silver Spintrea, so I can repair the mirror, so I can get to the Peacock Door, so that I can get more secret histories for locations where I can get more relics and so on and so forth. If that breaks, and that's on the verge of doing so because I only have one more silver Spintrea, I have plenty of reading that I can do, and of course I have a total of 4 Lone and Level Sands locations to investigate. But that's also the reason why I've been, so if you're wondering why I've been stacking up all of these books, the idea is this: if the brakes get put on me to a point where I'm just not getting bronze and silver Spintrea out of the commissions that I do, the way I get around that is by being able to sort of do the hard job of studying the secret histories lore and moving it up. And that is a lot easier if I've got a bunch of spare glimmering and erudition hanging around to deal with those. And of course I'll potentially get those from reading the books. Again, it's never guaranteed, right? But then, I can also sometimes get glimmering and erudition. But basically the idea here is that I maximize my chances for things that will be helpful in these upgrades. And it happens at a time when I know that I'm going to be wanting to get additional locations. The smaller the number of the books, the higher the priority it is to get a location. And so these things sort of reinforce each other. They put me on a slightly better playing field in terms of being able to accomplish a few of the goals that I have in mind. So a lot of this is just sort of preparation. Furthermore, I'm not 100% sure any of these books have a ritual that I need to use immediately. So I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So we're not going to worry about this evidence until it becomes damning. I haven't had any luck with it, but I'm going to go to the Worm Museum one more time. Finally paid off. So size in the mantis is negotiable, and so last night in the Worm Museum I saw one of the worms who took Vienna, caged next to a worm taken from the soul of a child. In dreams they were more visible than waking, smooth and as dark as jewels. The walls bear stories of the first and second worm wars. The third is too recent to have passed into the histories. So again, I've got one more repair job that I can do on the mirror, but otherwise I'm going to need to find something else. So in 54 seconds this chilly atmosphere becomes dread, but in 47 seconds bleak thoughts go away. We've got sickness which is coming up. It might be worth it to just pay it out, I'm not sure. You know what, I'm gonna dream with passion. Because this may wind up getting me contentment, it may wind up getting me vitality, it may also wind up getting me dread, which is not so good, but here's what she needs. A moth commission. Alright, we're skilled in uncovering hidden ways. We'll probably find this hidden door. If we add Neville, we bear a great power of opening. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. And of course we now know, because the creeping breath curse is still kicking around, it does not read left to right. That's a confirmation that it's a different setup. At least in that one specific case, but I'm willing to guess that there are probably other circumstances where the order is different. Clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. And this tongue has just enough in common with Aramaic to make my studies possible, but not to make them easy. The most secret script of the innermost rites of the deep sects of the deepest desert. The birth tongue, it is claimed of the mother of ants herself. All right. So while we are studying, let's get the last couple of translations for the second glory, a work by Juse, a priest and hermit scholar, and then we'll have one more bit to study. There's the dread we were anticipating. And we can turn in the commission to Dr. Adib. I have what the doctor requested. Rippled fields, the wink of a river, a tingling chill. Let's see what dream we get. Hey, this is welcome. I've received currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So Mystique will occupy the weary detective for a while. It's not clear that that'll save me from the notoriety that I'm about to generate, but we can still work at it. Talk-wise, it's going to be a while until we can finish a commission. So let's get Valsine on the repair jobs. I'll start with the Watchman's class, just for tradition. We can begin to repair this, but we'll take at least a silver spintrea to purchase the necessary materials. The Cleansing Dawn, the sun is rising, it won't spare me. Now this is actually not a bad one for me to get because I can still nullify it with Dread. Our expedition plans for the next challenge, it'll consume funds. We can add funds now, I can send another follower. We've already got what we need for the curse, so I can now slough off my flesh patch by patch, tugging the tendons free like fibers picked from teeth. The sun lies like my skin lies like a shredded blanket. The sun heaves itself above the horizon with a triumphant battle yell. The light falls like acid on my naked bones. Pain wakes me, my bones will throb for days. So, what we do here, we take our fascination, we take Dread. The doors of vision swing wide. A little darkness will mellow my light. Even Dread has its uses. Sorry, I'm banging my microphone all the time tonight. So that's a way where we didn't need to... I've only got one more pawn that I can upgrade practically. There's another one I could sort of throw into. But, call upon the Red Grail, which gives us life. The Red Grail's vigor will almost certainly preserve us from the curse. So in this case here, I didn't need to give up my last upgrade for the challenge. And we will translate the Book of Dissolution. Lock the study door, the work begins. So I'd love to work on another commission, but let's deal with my health first. Silver Spintrea for the Watchman. The curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Now, this is not a bad one to run into if you have money, because while it's never fun to have to deal with a curse, you know that curses can't stop your expedition. They can just kind of make you pay for disrespecting them. So, as it is, we're okay for money. I didn't need to worry too much about it, but we know we're going to be getting our goodies. All right, let's go back to... So there's a couple things that I can do. Actually, you know what? We've got 11 seconds, so I'm going to wait until I go back to the Mantis. But what I am going to do is I'll chat with Valsine right away. We obviously don't have a commission to do, so we'll get her working on the next mirror. And Weary Detective shows up just in time for me to generate notoriety. He's getting better at his job. My strength attracts comment. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. Alright, so we'll take that vitality. And as I'm fond of saying, so the idea here is that, you know, there's the small amount of money that I generate from the skill, the proper physique, but it takes I think it's the shortest possible duration for generating funds. And of course, generating these, not only do I generate the funds, but I prevent myself from spending one on medicine. And so effectively it's like getting two funds for it's like 45 seconds, I think, which is not a bad return. This is 3 funds for 70 seconds. Right, prepared the text for study. So now the question is whether or not... So I'm not at the point where I'm desperate for lore, but I think now would not be a bad time for me to just pound away at all of the books. So the Concursum Diaries, we've already read the text here, but there are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansa subsist in all of these, in much the same way that you find water in a swamp, and in a cup, and in the sky. So I'll have a chat with Adim about a new commission when I can. What remains? We roll the stone aside, and light floods the tomb. Here is the king, dried to papery leather and crumbling bone. He does not move. This one was not immortal. So I think given the fact that I'm doing some repairs, I'll probably go straight into Masana. But we'll see. If we wind up getting damning evidence... Oh yeah, we're actually rather likely to get damning evidence. You know what? We'll still risk it. The Shadowless Kings were buried only with their most personal treasures. They expected no luxury in the afterlife. Here is a tiny cache of things this king valued. So, there's the notoriety. Again, this is almost certainly going to be picked up by the... Well, sorry, we know it'll be picked up by the weary detective. It will almost certainly be turned into damning evidence. So we've got Witch Kissed Oils, so we've already, of course, built the painting, epic grains. Oh, okay, we did get something new. These aren't painting, though. Or aren't for painting, rather. And we've got Restlessness that I'm going to have to deal with, but... oh yeah, and I'll be out of Mystique. I'll find a way. But we are going to go straight to Masana in this case. So Masana, a quietly prosperous village, rests in the crook of the river, surprising splash of green against the dusty land behind. The longevity of the villagers surpasses the natural. What are they hiding? So as always, we bring the Callagine and the Raw Prophet. That's not necessarily because I expect them to work with the challenge as well, but they are on timers, so it's nice to just get them in the expedition right away. So far, we've been able to balance our HR in order to accomplish what we need, but the deeper we go into the vaults, the harder that becomes. So Masana, where the villages routinely remain hale and vigorous past their 100th year, they will resist attempts to pry into their secrets, and they may have curses at their disposal, if we can even penetrate the desert to reach them. Expeditions need 1 fund per obstacle. Followers will defeat obstacles. If you run out of funds or followers, the expedition ends. So I suspect we'll probably need Forge for the desert, probably Grail or Moth for the villagers. Obviously, we've been avoiding edge encounters if I can. And then Curses, Heart, Winter, or Grail, most likely. I guess Moth would also be potential, but I should be so lucky. My follower needs a Bronze Maitreya or better to complete the task. My follower is at work on the mirror. Sick room grows close and stale, time to get up. So we, of course, can head right back to the Peacock's door. It's not clear how many Vagabonds maps I need, but at this point, there's a lot of sense in just overstocking them, because, of course, I'm going to need to upgrade them to something better anyway. Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansus. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the Mansus changes each year, although he assures the reader that doors have been the same. The doors have been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear, at least not while there have been mortals in the Mansus. We're like mice. So we've got the Fenian Invocation. We already have one of these, but the door in the eye navigates. He is not merciful, but first and always he illuminates. So now we'll move on to the Vincent inscriptions. Long ago, the Sisterhood of the Knot recounted the Forge loved the hour called the Sun and Splendor. The Red Grail long anticipated their union, and the Grail priestesses prophesied it. Okay, I think it's time for me to start working on some commissions. I could try painting with the notoriety. Actually, I will have a restlessness in 3 seconds, so it seems just as easy for me to get rid of it. This is not my favorite choice, but the commissions are more useful to me overall, but I might as well avoid any inconveniences with the dread. I was really weirded out for a second. Right, the mirror is repaired, it shines again as it did once before. And we're well and truly out of repair options. Alright, the expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. We can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So here we've got watchers, mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. Desolation, an immense and tawny furnace barely contained by its horizons. At night, a chilly wilderness of stars. We must go carefully, with forge to shape our way or grail to secure us against thirst. And finally, the creeping breath curse. We need heart or grail to suppress this curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. Well, in that case, Rhaenyra solves everything. Dr. Redeem would like a commission on Lantern. So of course we're gonna have to wait until after we work at G&G, but after that we'll be able to take care of our needs. I don't expect us to get a whole lot out of this painting. It's possible that with all of the passion I wind up with a fascination, but the Sister and Witch should see us through the dry places. I'm curious if I added Laidlaw. I'm gonna try the Red Church draft. I mean, it could be worse. I don't exactly want fascination or dread. Also, I've been really bad at smacking the microphone throughout the cast, so sorry about that. The Amaranthine Nectar, one of the flower maker's many gifts. In a brighter age, it might have bestowed immortality. In this blighted history, it is still an unparalleled sweetness. When I visited the Red Church last night, they told me, between their clawings and their caresses, that the flower maker had visited but lately with his nectar and his promise. I woke twinned in sodden sheets, with the amaranthine nectar brimming in my hand. I captured what I could of it, only a few drops, but it will be enough. So that's the first one we've been able to pick up on that. More cracked mirrors. Can finally put the fascination where I wanted to. And I'm not exactly stuck on, well, no, that's not entirely true. What I should probably be doing, I'm not quite ready to shed blood for the spider's door, but what I can do with the stag door is I can at least try and get as many, sort of secret histories for upgrade as I can manage. The remainder of the text consists of gloating remarks by the Grail priestesses of the shaping that will come, interpolated with warnings and laments from those of the Sisterhood who serve the Ring-Yew and especially the Horned Axe. Nevertheless, an invocation to the Forge is included as part of an attempt to urge it onwards. I'm just going to take a quick second here. I don't mind if chat's been quiet, but I'm a little suspicious that there might be a problem with my connection to chat, and it's occurred to me that this particular program doesn't always inform me when I've been kicked out. So if you've been trying to say stuff in chat and I've not been replying to you, my apologies. Good. I just put a couple of test messages in, and those are registering. So, but yeah, if you haven't said anything, no worries. I just feel a little bit nervous whenever that comes up because I don't have a way. You can see the last message you see is 2:37. Okay, thanks, Ed Baver. Yeah, it's mostly just for my purposes because I've had on a couple of occasions before. Hey, Delanu, just here listening to your soothing voice. That's very kind of you. Yeah, so this is the problem I have. I don't like derailing the stream specifically because chat is quiet. I 100% know. Like, the very first feedback I ever got about streaming was not necessarily that people like my gameplay. It's not necessarily that they were getting anything. Like, it was to a point, the people who used to like watching my Crusader Kings streams were never going to play Crusader Kings. They didn't understand the game at all. They did like listening to me talk. And I've tried to take that to heart. I've always tried to keep talking. It's why I don't feel as bad about going on the movie, some of the movie rants every once in a while. But because of the program that I have, and I see a big gap, I did get a very nice comment. It's like, oh, that's really impressive that you're able to keep talking when there's nothing going on in chat. To which it's like, well, that was, that's what it was like to be a streamer when I had 0 people watching. But given the fact that I've known a couple of times I've been bumped off of, that I've been bumped off of my chat and haven't realized it. I do basically the 2 chats that I do are from 2 different connections, and as long as I can see the messages in both, it means that I'm not missing out. So if you're a lurker and you're seeing messages like that, don't feel an obligation to reply. I don't want to drag people out into chat participation. It's just a way of me being able to confirm that things are working properly. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to read this again. The remainder of the text consists of gloating remarks by Grail priestesses of the shaping that will come, interpolated with warnings and laments from those of the sisterhood who serve the Ringyu and especially the Horned Axe. Nevertheless, an invocation to the Forge is included as part of an attempt to urge it onwards. Alright, so again, we just keep plowing ahead with whatever books we can get. I'll admit, I'm a little disappointed with the level of lore we're getting out of this, but again, more books we can read, that's never a bad thing. The Burning Woman. Did we have a new text? Yeah, still the one by Menander. The play describes a pilgrimage of smiths and adepts following the trail of the Burning Woman, who has appeared in all dreams and given each a wound and a word. Sorry. Yeah, so I did wind up with the fascination. Not great. Thanks, guys. No, I only have myself to blame for that one. It's nice that we got money for it. It's not clear where the fleeting reminiscence is going to come from. We'll work with it, though. And I know I can't rely on Dread now. At least for the next 2 minutes. Oh, hang on. I forgot that I have a fixed Wildering Mirror. I'm probably going to hold on... Well... Yeah, it's better for me to hold off because I've got a Season of Despair coming up. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now or can send another follower. So we are already covered with all of our grails. So we'll add the funds now. That'll take us through the rest of the expedition. And I'll try the Ascent of Knives because I won't wind up with Fascination of the Painted River if I get it wrong. Oh, that was lucky. Anger's implicit in every shape. Of the place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. Okay. I am going to go through the Peacock door now, just because of the timings of everything. I wouldn't be upset with a Dread, but but as it happens, as long as I don't get a dread in the next 48 seconds, I'm going to be able to get a fleeting reminiscence, which gets rid of the fascination anyway. So it's not quite as urgent as it would have been. Oh no! Alright. So the Burning Woman gave us fascination. I forgot that's the risk of reading all the books. The Smiths and Adepts give up on finding the Burning Woman and resolve to build their own kingdom, where our strength will be sufficient to shatter the world. But we did get a new lore. So Formula Fissive, break a thing and you have fragments. Break those fragments and you have dust. Break the dust and then break what remains. Here is fire. Use this in a rite with a consecrated lintel and a little refulgin. Or other resources of equal power to summon King Crucible. So I think I'm going to try and turn Dread to my advantage here. I'm going to read the Second Glory and hope that it gives me a Dread that I can use to mellow the fascination a bit. So the priest Jusei celebrates the extirpation of the gods who were stoned, those hours who preceded humanity. Jusei engages in an apologia for the destruction of the hours. They were old, they were cowardly, they were vile, their time had passed, and it was the shining destiny of humankind to seize the house through glorious battle. Come closer, dear ones. We have something special for you. Alright. Let's do... I'm going to do the Moth Commission here. Let me just see what's coming up. Rhaenyra's on the expedition, so I know I'm going to get some contentment. Again, our priority is Dread at the moment. I'm going to do the Moth Commission just because that may generate old and happy far-off things. If I get old and happy far-off things, that becomes restlessness. Restlessness, if left on its own, will become Dread. So what I'm trying to do right now is just maximize the number of opportunities I have to mitigate the effects of 2 fascination. Fascination is the one that's a little bit harder for me to generate, and as a consequence, if I get to 2, I'm potentially at a game losing scenario. If I get the 3rd unexpected fascination, it's not obvious that I'll be able to address it. So we're already on our way with the Tristan interludes. Rhaenyra's on the expedition, so I'm sort of on my own, get to do what I want. I'm going to try the Worm Museum. Alright, Dread, that's not terrible. And we didn't miss the opportunity for a better lore. Of course, with that in mind, it would have been nice to pick up the Unresolved Ambiguity if that was if I wasn't gonna get lore from one of the other areas. But that will be the second way that I mitigate the fascination. So. I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have sent wards about it and warnings before it, but they have left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the corpse of the sun. Those things that are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mantis will be nowhere one day. Alright, so this would be the point where going through the Stag Door starts making a little bit more sense, because it gives me, it potentially gives me more lore that I can use to upgrade. Now I've got one too many Dread, and I will not be able to use my content. Okay, fair enough. I kind of overcompensated now that I think of it, but Jusei recounts how the hour called the Seven Coils was slain in battle by the Colonel, how the Grail devoured the hour called the Tide, and how the egg unhatching fled like a coward. He's quite vituperative about the egg unhatching. He warns darkly against its return. So, recitation of lost hours. 6 are gone, 5 came from stone, 1 from light. All went to nowhere. Still, their memories have power, and now we call upon it. Use this in a rite with Martensight Pace and an assistant dedicated to Nock, or other resources of equal power to summon a maid in the mirror. and the right of the Beast Division. The assistant's name is taken from them in place or on an occasion of power, and they are divided into 9 parts. They used to be hunted like an animal too, but times changed. So I have one extra dread that I'm going to need to figure out, but I'm pretty sure we should be able to handle that before too long. Some pleasures, the formula voluptuous attest, are so intense that they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogs some of those instances. I believe we have what we need for this expedition, so I'm just going to leave it be. Finish the manuscript, so passion there, reason here. We can turn in with Madame Bichet right away. I'm kind of glad we didn't trigger the old and happy far off things doing that. And we'll head straight back to Glover and Glover so that I can keep in cash. You're off to bed. Have a good night. Ed Baver, thanks a lot for stopping by. So we'll see whether or not that turns into damning evidence. If it does, that's not as big of a deal because we're going to investigate the Vagabond map anyway, or Vagabond's maps anyways. Okay, some extra glimmering. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So I can send Valsine to work on the mirror right away. It's possible that we may be able to turn this into a 5th map, but I'm not holding my breath, let's say. Call upon the Grail, which gives life. The Red Grail's vigor will almost certainly preserve us from the curse. We've been pretty lucky with the curses so far, but of course there's never anything that's guaranteed, and so we may have to deal with something that will require what am I trying to say? Something that will require a high-level influence. All right, let's see if we can get lucky with the Painted River. Not really. The Painted River runs from a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind, and all the while the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. Alright, it is damning evidence, so I'm going to need to use my moth summons to deal with the problems. And the question would be, do I want to hold off on any of my... Do I want to hold off on any of my activities while I try to resolve either the dread or the repair? I'm going to say no. Let's just keep going back through the stag door. So I'll probably just do the heart... Well, do we have a season of sickness coming up? Oh god, we've got another season of suspicion coming up real quick. That's dangerous. Oh, but we don't have notoriety, so... Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. I might be in a bit of trouble, though. It maybe would have been better for me to go to the White Door to deal with the... to get the favor. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the forge birth sparks delight, which took root in the glory or in nowhere, who can say? So the seeds of the flower maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfulfilled ache. Got another formula voluptuous. So I'm just trying to think if there's anything I can do to occupy the weary detective within 30 seconds, and because we're fixing the mirror right now, I think we're just gonna have to let what happens happen. I'll admit I wasn't expecting to have to deal with the consequences of letting this go to damning evidence so soon. So one option available to me to... So I would normally want to do a commission, but in this particular case, I think I'm going to try and buy myself a little time. In fact, I'm going to buy myself even more time by letting the timer tick down. I'm going to paint with the Mystique. Oh, but then... Alright, this is going to be a bit of a... This is a bit of a tightrope. I think I might actually wind up getting hit by the notoriety that emerges. Let's say I'm doing a mood piece about... I don't want to do my dread. I want that to go down. We'll do a portrait of Pope Clifton. Something to remember them by, perhaps. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to delay the moment when the damning evidence gets picked up. Damn it. Although I can at least use this to nullify the dread. Although maybe I just want to go straight through the white door and try and get the favor from authority just in case. I dreamt of the mantis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I can see those colors still. Okay, so I've got contentment coming up in 1 minute. So I'm not... If I use my dream for anything other than getting rid of the dread and fascination, I'm going to be stuck with the fascination. But I think that is a risk I'm willing to take. So I'm going to go through the white door. Again, this is just so that I can get a favor from an authority if worse comes to worse. Pay up for colors of the night. We've got a watchman's glass for when I'm ready to go back into the peacock door. Fleeting reminiscence will help me with the fascination, so that's at least welcome. Oh, I should be studying. So, the Book of Thrones, a legend of the shadowless empire transcribed by Alexander Peterhans from the annals at a secret shrine in Anatolia. In the first and greatest history, a subject of the shadowless empire of Persia travels to the west, to the kingdom of Persids, where he becomes a protege of the tutelary Persid deity, the scarred man who lives in the dark. He returns after 7 years to put his skills at the service of the Shadowless Empire, becoming their golden general. So the way I'm going to deal with the evidence is this. The clues are going to emerge when we finish the painting, but what I'm hoping we've done is we've bought enough time to be able to get one of my agents to be able to scoop up the damning evidence before he can use it. Now, as a sort of a secondary consideration. What I'm also going to do, I'm trying to make sure that I'm protected from any eventuality where we fail to pick up the damning evidence, or if the damning evidence gets picked up before we're able to destroy it. Basically, I want to have those possibilities accounted for as well. But for the time being, I'm trying to put a few safeguards in place because we're particularly fragile at this moment. A long feast beneath the granary, we find the deepest secrets of Messana, an altar on which are displayed segments of an embalmed human body. Little of it still remains. The visitors must have been feasting on this for years. Is it long flesh? That might account for their longevity. Okay, so my adversary has convinced the Suppression Bureau to consider my case. The Bureau is charged with the punishment of crimes of a less usual type of criminal, the criminal whose crimes may exist only in dreams. So it turns out that they didn't need their I kind of thought this is how it worked with the damning evidence, but I wanted to allow myself a little hope. They're actually going to move this on before I get through the dream, so pretty much we're probably going to wind up losing someone out of this. But we'll see. Recent work is considered significant. I may earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So let's line this all up. Unless it's changed, I believe you only lose a follower. I don't think they go straight for you the first time. But we'll find out. Items of note are displayed on the walls. They might be trophies from unwise travelers, or they might have been possessions of the Long. There is no indication whether the Long was a willing victim, an ancestor, or a prisoner. We'll learn nothing from the villagers now. A Greek inscription on the altar reads, "For the Flood." So there's some notoriety. We've got the Raw Prophet and the Callagine. Of course, they're not really going to be helping me right now. Got the sevenfold slaying of the Seven Coiled, an account of the destruction of a primeval hour, a god who was stone. So that's in Fushin. A Kingskin Baldran. In the deep forest, the monarchs gave up the last thing they had to give, and so the tool was shaped to keep their land forever safe. Then, of course, an empire stole it, as empires do. So that's a 12 heart artifact. And the Songs of the Carapace Cross. Mike Aziz often destroyed work. Okay. There's no expeditions to do right now. This is only commissions, so we're probably going to get the Raw Prophet and the Callagine to talk to each other for the next little while. There's not much else for me to do with them, to be honest. So yeah, expeditions on the Vagabond's map. The river wrote the Sage Mech in the Book of the Centipede, runs through the sands out of myth and into legend. This is the place the centipede was born, they say. The sands which Mech wrote to hide perilous curiosities. So I'm going to talk to the Callagine and we'll add the Raw Prophet. This just means that the Callagine's going to be the one to pick up any evidence that might emerge if we get to that point. Alright, Season of Visions is coming up, so I'm going to have to make a decision as to whether or not I want to try and go into the White Door again, or if I want to try and get rid of the Fascination. Let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Oh, bad luck. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So I pretty much have to do this now. Last night, the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher into the Mansis, long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. So let's get rid of... It doesn't really matter which fascination I get rid of, because one of these is going to get picked up by the season for sure. And, alright, yep, the Suppression Bureau. So, Cat Caro, that's definitely not one that I wanted, but the Suppression Bureau is seeking an associate of mine for questioning. If they can't find one, they'll come after me directly. After many years of peace, the heirs of the Persids move against the King of Kings and the Shadowless Empire. The Golden General will not take arms against the blood of his mentor until the King of Kings whispers a great secret of betrayal in his ear. He breaks his sword, forswears his oath to both the Empire and the Scarred Man, and enters the temple behind the world, leaving his life behind. So I have an unresolved ambiguity, which I can study up to something a little more powerful. I won't do that quite yet, though. I think at this point I'm just going to keep plowing ahead with the books that I have, although of course that does carry with it a bit of a risk of fascination. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in two wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. I almost forgot. Rainier's going to be mad at me if I don't put some passion into this. My lover's experiments in pleasure are endless in their ingenuity, but so far I can match them. I thought for a second that I might have missed one of these, but for days, the memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. So more contentment, a passionate memory, and I've got my Cyprian back. not much else for us to do right now. All right. There are crimes that the state does not openly recognize. My associate has been implicated in one of these. The Suppression Bureau holds its trials in closed court, and they are not merciful. Unless I can take advantage of a connection, my associate may be gone forever. So unfortunately, we don't have the favor, and I don't think we're going to have any way of getting the favor in time. So unfortunately, Cat Caro will be the one who takes the hit. It's been a while since I've actually lost a follower to the Suppression Bureau, but that's, I mean, there's a calculated risk, right? I chose to keep my summons for the purposes of expeditions, and this is one of those times it didn't turn out. So I believe it is only a favor. I can't send hang on. Oh, that's ambition. Sorry. It's like I can passionately plead the case for. We found Lagan's tomb, a low, slope-sided rectangle of mud brick in an obscure fold of the desert. It is not remarkable to look at, but Lagan was counted among the immortal long, and no robber has ever breached his tomb. So again, we'll carry on with the same priorities. I am going to need to find a way of dimming the fascination, but for the time being, let's just deal with the present. Commissions. The air is curdled now. I'm home again in this lumpen flesh. Better, perhaps. Again, this won't really help me in time. We may wind up with a favor from authority in the Peacock Door, which will be particularly annoying. Okay, we've got a waking chant for that. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch. So they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mantis through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. Alright, let's carry on and read the Book of Masks. Athena Vanna's work on the rogue hour called The Vagabond. It is also, who is also known as the Laughing Thrush, the Centipede, the Pilgrim, and by many other names, or as Vanna has it, Masks. Damon insists that the hours, far more than mortals, are subject to their passions, to hatred, and even to love. The seasons of famine and plenty, the turn of the earth, the transformations of the furnace, all of these are only the results of the enactment of the lesser passions of the hours. A victory for the Bureau. My associate has been locked away in a prison where there are no visiting rights, and even the date of release is obscure. The Bureau's appetite is satisfied for the moment, but what have they learned? So, still have tentative evidence. Douglas is on his way to a promotion, I'm sure. It's a shame that we lost Cat Caro, but that isn't enough for us to have taken a hit in terms of our overall capabilities on expeditions. So it's not disastrous either. While I'm at it, I'm not crazy about letting the raw profit decay like this, but I've learned my lesson. We'll destroy evidence a little earlier when I can. The reason why I avoided doing it, so here's the balance of the risks as I see it. If you wait for it to become damning evidence, you minimize... So, like, there's tentative evidence that will sometimes go away on its own. And so you take, you take no risk every time you go for evidence that just decays. And if you go after evidence that would have decayed, then you're taking an unnecessary risk, obviously. So if you just go for damning evidence, the risk that you run is that the event fails. Now again, there's nothing certain. So you bring your best... The way that Cultist Simulator works is that you can bring your best minion for it. There's a high chance of it working, but there's never a certainty, which means that the more you do it, the more likely... even with your best one, you can think of it as you are waiting for the time it fails. And so the fewer times that you do it, the less likely it is you're going to run into one of those times that fails. And then, you deal with the consequences. So if you go for every tentative evidence, then you're maximizing your chance of failure. If you only go for damning evidence, you're minimizing your chance of failure. But of course, you're opening yourself up to a particularly difficult situation when you do fail. And of course, failure means that you also wind up with notoriety, which means that it will be feeding into the evidence and turn it into damning and so on and so forth. So as a whole, I'm kind of okay letting the evidence rest until it becomes damning. And it just so happens that we were on a particularly long expedition and I wasn't in a spot to really destroy the damning evidence before it became a problem. And we wound up with some draws that kept me from getting the favor from authority. So in this case here, I don't get to see the times that I would have wound up failing to destroy the evidence, and that would of course meant the loss of the summon. That potentially would have meant a damning evidence, and so as a result, a situation similar to what I'd run into before. It's not at all clear whether or not that was the right choice, whether or not I would have been able to get through it on its own. But again, in this case here, we're not any less than what we would have been. Let's say Slee or Pope Clifton winds up being imprisoned. In that particular case, I would probably need to summon more hints or equivalent summons in order to make sure that I'm able to get past lantern challenges. But we have what we need to carry on. In fact, it's worth mentioning here that basically all of my cult followers, with the exception of maybe the initial summoning, but even then that's not obviously required. Pretty much everyone in the cult is expendable now, just because I have enough objects where I should be able to accomplish my tasks without followers. It just happens to be a lot easier if I do. So my scheme will almost certainly succeed. There's a chance that something will go awry. We've got the Temple of the Seven Coils, a crumbling temple in a shadowed defile. It was built, it seems, in the Third History, the one where much later the worms overran Europe, but it exists in all the histories now. Actually, one thing I'll do to keep the raw prophet around, I'll start the conversation between the two, then we'll add the evidence just to maximize the time that the raw prophet is not having its counter go down. So another vagabond map. At most, we'll have 2 more of these. And at some point we're going to need marks, but we're not quite ready for that yet. So here I'll try the Red Church. Alright, that's a pity that it was a vagabond's map, but nectar. When I visited the Red Church last night, they told me, between their clawings and their caresses, that the flower maker had visited but lately with his nectar and his promise. I woke twinned and sodden sheets with the amaranthine nectar brimming in my hand. I captured what I could of it, only a few drops, but it will be enough. I don't have any way of repairing it, so I suppose we keep going through the stag door in hopes of finding some lore that we can upgrade. I think I'm going to deal with my books before I try upgrading the unresolved ambiguities and such. Well, that's not welcome. Damon suggests that the Hours have constrained their rivalry to avoid a war with the House of the Sun. He identifies the fear of the crime of the sky as the reason that Hours do not satisfy other passions. He speculates on the horrifying possibility of Hours turned Alucite. What then would they devour? So we have the Anthic elaboration, so we've got yet another level of Grail lore. The The flower maker cannot touch you, he cannot find you, he always has what you desire. Even an elaboration of the properties of his works can draw the attention of the hours. This formula can be used in a rite with bitter black salt and a subtle rupture, or similar sources of power to summon Azim itself. So that fascination is going to feed into I am seeing things. That means we're one fascination away from losing. On the other hand, when the bleak thoughts goes away, we'll get a fleeting reminiscence, which will sort of pay some of that back. So I'm going to feel... I don't know why I read that one book over the other, but I will read the Book of Masks now. I thought that was the one I was reading, but apparently I wasn't. The Mask of the Laughing Thrush says, Athena Vanna had a great friendship with the sun and splendor. The highmost hour of the Mansis now divided and departed. The Mask of the Sight Thief painted the river in the Mansis. The Mask of the Vagabond was forbidden the Mansis, not for what she had done, but for what would occur. Take out the raw profit, replace it with evidence. It just gives me a little bit more time with the profit. So fleeting reminiscence gets absorbed. I'm still going to have to deal with I'm seeing things, but we're in a better position than we were before. This place merits closer investigation. The star-shattered fane. Here was a place sacred to the gods of Earth until a meteor fell on a winter's night. In time, worshippers crept back to the broken ruins. In time, the meteorite itself came to be worshipped as a bringer of dreams. The old altar may yet remain somewhere beneath the meteorite's lair. So I have at least one more guaranteed Vagabond's map. It's possible we'll get others through other activities, although I think less likely. But 4 isn't terrible. At some point I'll use the Passionate Memory too, but I clearly have other tasks. My minion has returned, the evidence has been destroyed, I'm a little safer. So. Excuse me, sorry about that. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like... There's a great chamber in the Mansis through which a painted river flows. The Vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails, flecks of gold leaf when I was done. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do with Dream right now. I guess I could try Passionate Memory. I still have time on it though. I'll just go through the stag door again. And I'm going to need to get some vitality, it looks like. So in this case here, I'll anticipate that and do the work to begin with. I could have actually tried a heart... Yeah, the smarter thing would have been to try the heart commission because I might have been able to generate some vitality that way. I wasn't really thinking. But I'll have the vitality one way or the other. The Mask of the Centipede recalled her birthplace, Maya, which had punished her for creeping into the temple precinct. The mask cursed Maya to drink only dust and to be remembered only by the wind. For not beneath any mask does she forgive, and the centipede's hunger is not to be forgotten. So, yet another Centipede Testament. If I want, I can upgrade. So, again, I tend to like keeping one copy of every type of lore, which makes it a little inconvenient for advancement. But in the case of Moth, if I want the next level, seeing as I have 3... I've actually kind of had it before because I can upgrade the Molded Warp Admonitions, which would then give me enough for the 3rd Centipede Testament. Now I just have the straight 3rd Centipede Testament, which I can upgrade to the next level. I can't do that for any of the others. And in the worst case scenario, I can upgrade an Unresolved Ambiguity. Now, right now, I don't have the Glimmering for the extra level, and then I also need Fascination. Or alternatively a library, and neither of those are Neither of those are currently available to me. So it would not be a good idea for me to try and advance the unresolved ambiguity, but I do have that option in future if it comes up. For the meantime, let's keep with the books I already have. So read As the Sun His Course. Alexander meets at Issus with Darius, King of Kings, for 3 days and 3 nights. On the first day, the two men trade threats. On the second, promises. On the third, secrets. Darius tells Alexander something so shattering he retires to his tent to consider matters of strength and matters of mastery. Alright, so another loss of passion coming up, or potentially glimmering. My strength attracts comments. Not all the comments are compliments. I draw my pay and leave. So I'll have my dream slot open for the next sickness. Oop. We've now got Maya, and we found everything. Okay, so we've got everything that we need from the loaded level Sag. So the remaining expeditions are actually going to be a little more tricky to pick up. So after the I'm going to need 2 Vagabonds maps to be able to turn into a Port Noon anecdote. However, I also can't just stack Port Noon anecdotes because they are the top level Secret Histories lore. And the top level lore is always unique. If you haven't noticed, basically the slightly blue colored text and the warning here, unique can only exist once. This is also true for rituals, for scholarship, generally the sort of things that you would sort of think are singletons. Essentially, if you research your way up to a Port Noon anecdote, and you already have one, you're wasting the lore. Now, I actually think the Mansus might... I seem to remember you could get Port Noon anecdotes from the Peacock store. I could be wrong on that. But I think it's actually been reworked because, of course, if you get random draws and you're already sitting on a Port Noon anecdote, then potentially you are... you have this sort of wasteful discovery. Again, I might be wrong on this one because it's been a while. Whereas in terms of research, the only circumstances under which you know that you're going to be you're opting into getting a new one, and if you've read the text, you know that it's unique, and so really you're choosing to have those resources be wasted. Doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that you don't wind up in situations where maybe you're not paying attention. I've obviously gotten very careless a lot of times on this playthrough, but at that point it's really you only have yourself to blame, essentially, in those cases. I am gonna... Well, we have 2 seconds left. I was gonna try and use the auction house to sell off a few of the other items, but honestly, with 2 seconds left, we might as well just start the expeditions again. I don't see any advantage to us hanging around. All right. So I'm going to assume we're going to need Grail for everything to pass the sands. Lagan's tomb will be difficult to find in the desert. We must navigate by the stars. Its door has long resisted assaults of tomb robbers. We must bring what force we can. There will likely be a curse, and we must be prepared for it. So this seems like probably Lantern and Knock now that I'm seeing these descriptions. We'll find out in a minute, though. I'm going to try the Ascent of Knives because I'm very nervous that there's going to be a fascination waiting for me there. There isn't. A bit of atmosphere will turn into dread, which might help me out, though. Again, waiting for it is a problem, but I have the passionate memory as an escape. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Menescate and the Sun and Rag since the Intercalate, where the true sun was divided. When I woke, my room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. So let's talk with Madame Bichet. I think I'm still gonna do the journeys. Obviously, because I'm dealing with the Season of Visions and I don't have a clear path out of it, it is a little bit of a risk that I'm taking. But I really don't like keeping resources unused, so I'll have to use the Passionate Memory immediately after, though. I've already turned in the commission, so as far as talking is concerned, let's use the Silver Spintrea to repair the mirror. Alright, at dawn on the 4th day, Alexander announces the sun has his course upon which he returns, and so do I. He returns to Macedonia, executing 2 of his captains when they dispute his decision. He brings with him the names of a blind god and a rite of sacred betrayal. For Joel opines, without betrayal there would be an end to war. So the rite of rebel striving, which we've already got. This rite reenacts a teaching of the Forge of Days. The artisan may achieve their highest goal only by destroying their most precious tool. Lionsmith knew this when he shattered his sword before the colonel, so my assistant must destroy a chosen instrument. And the colonel's names, which we've got a few copies of already. Okay, so one more untranslated book so far, The Book of Dissolution. Alexander Probst, following the foundational work of Hosti Moore, recovered a copy of this work from a mountain temple in Persia. Other copies surface now and then, usually seared on rock. The book consists mostly of prayers to the unburnt god, the Forge of Days, which consumes and transforms it. It suggests the Forge's power arises partly from its nature and partly from its tools. Okay, so an engineer and an adept has ensured that this door will not open easily. Forge or knock will defeat it. Desolation, an immense and tawny furnace, barely contained by its horizons. At night, a chilly wilderness of stars. We must go carefully with Forge to shape our way, or Grail to secure against thirst. And finally, we need Heart or Lantern to suppress the curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. So this is a little trickier than it would normally be. I kind of like trying to use knock on these ones, but Forge is going to be one of the ways we get through it all. So it's probably better for me to... I'll add the heart now, just in case the curse comes earlier than expected. I suspect the Passionate Memory is not actually going to be able to help me out with the Bitter Atmosphere now that I look at this. And as it turns out, I'm going to have to wait a while before I deal with this affliction because I'm going to want to use the Passionate Memory, so I really bungled some of this. We'll call upon the Sister and Witch to shield us from the scorching heat of the sun and the mirrors of the horizon. It should see us through. So, before we go any further, Laidlaw will be added. The Sun-Scorched Road, our forge skills, should keep us safe and lead us through the mocking rocks to the green places. We'll almost certainly be fine. More money from Glover and Glover. I'll take a minute to see whether or not I can get anything done there. Before I go any further, though... yes, commission time. What am I doing? Heart. I'm actually really nervous that this Painted River is going to have fascination. So I'm doing the sorts of things that keep me from actually getting the lore that I need, and there's no reason for me to be acting the way that I am right now in the Mansis. That's inconvenient as well. I visited the Ascent of Knives last night, that harshest of roads through the house. It has been sacred to the Meniscate and the sun and rag since the intercalate. When the true sun was divided, when I woke, the room was freezing. The chill of it had cracked the window glass. All right, well, I'll deal with these when I can. Let's start with a passionate memory. Shared gasps, tangled limbs, heat and sacred dark. This might distract me, so I've got restlessness, contentment, vitality. Well, now I'm in trouble. All right. So, Season of Despair is coming up. I could let... Okay, so if I let this all decay into Dread, one of these is going to go into the Fascination. One of them is going to go into the Season of Despair. And likely the second one would, because I don't really see a circumstance under which I generate some easy contentment. The Ecdysis Club is closed off to me while I'm doing these expeditions, so my main source of contentment will be through painting. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to paint away the restlessness in time. I still need to go to Glover and Glover. So the way I think I'm going to handle this, I'm going to take this bitter atmosphere. I may hang on to this one for a while. Maybe what I'll do is I'll study away the icy atmosphere. Well, no, that doesn't make sense either, because I want to get rid of the fascination. I'll play it by ear. The book describes an earlier house of the sun, whose doors and ways were different. It praises the Forge of Days for opening the ways into the house and for transforming that which was to that which is, despite the screams of stone. So another formula fissive. We already have the Rite of the Crucible Soul, of course. It's one of the first we got. And we're back to translating. So Sevenfold Slaying of the Seven Coiled and the Songs of the Carapace Cross. So I'll do the knock book first. Lock the study door, the work begins. You know, I might actually be able to get a little more life out of this icy atmosphere with some study. The Sudden Wrath. Day after day, the sun tautens our skin, dries our mouths, floods our skulls with savage heat. We might be lost. It's possible we're lost. So, just bad luck all around, it seems. Watchman's Glass I'm going to hang on to for now. What can I talk about to try and get myself into a slightly more secure position? Not a whole lot. So I'm going to hang out for a little bit. So this restlessness is definitely going to get turned into dread that gets picked up here. We lost the Raw Prophet. Bad luck. I'll add the funds for now. So at some point I'm going to need to worry about a summoning, but for the time being, let's deal with the problems that I have in front of me. So again, restlessness becomes dread. There's not a lot that I can do about that. We'll pick up a commission from Madame Bichet. Oh, that's very lucky. Okay, so as long as I deal with the chilly atmosphere, I am safe. And there's something I want to test with the study verb to see where I'm at with that. My dream slot is safe enough now.
Never want to belong to any club that would have someone like
Zobkaz, thank you very much for the follow. In my dreams, I know the path through the glass garden to the peacock's door, the most admirable of doors, the door which shines like a mirror. Perhaps with the right resources, I can pass it. So again, we use the watchman's glass. So here's what I'm thinking. I want to see whether or not I can try and upgrade this chilly atmosphere with the icy atmosphere and turn them into a single, basically turn them into a single influence. That helps me quite a bit. If I want to nullify it, I can raise up this pawn into a more intense, like turn them into a disciple. That's a lot easier if I don't have to deal with two influences. If I'm not able to upgrade them, I'll think a little bit about what my next steps are going to be. In the end, one dread is not the end of the world. But if I can have a little more elegant dismount, it's always it's just a bit nicer. So this will only take 10 seconds, which I have. All right, I've prepared the text for study. Micah Z, sometimes called the Magus of Quartz, etched this work in acid on stone. It has been reproduced many times since, but reproductions are often lost to landslides. So I do want to continue studying, but let's see what I can do about the influence. All right, looks like... yeah, it looks like they need to be the same type. Fair enough. Well, let's not let the study verb go to waste then, so we will take our knowledge of strange languages and translate the sevenfold slang of the seven coiled, and I think I might just take it on the chin as far as the winter influence is concerned. Our forge skills should keep us safe and lead us through the balking rocks to the green places. We'll almost certainly be fine. Yeah, we said that last time and I lost my raw profit. Alright, Silver Spintrea from Jannings, more Mystique, so that gives me a good reason to paint. I've received the currency of the secret world and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. And what I will do... well, let's take it. We'll take things as they go, because I actually. No, hang on. Yeah, I don't need to worry about any of these because this is going to go away in 9 seconds. So I can deal with the. I can actually deal with the dread at my leisure. Season of Suspicion coming up, that gives me even more reason to paint. The sun is setting, we look back across the desolation we crossed and all the colors it assumes in the evening light. Night falls, starts prickle, the wind presses cold hands to our faces, onwards. So we've got enough forge to get through this. We've already passed the desolation, and it's heart or lantern, so I'm going to need to... I should have added another heart follower right away, actually. But next up is going to be painting. World as it is, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, glory recedes. I'm sane, if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. I might just paint the dread. So I'm doing this now because when the Season of Suspicion comes up, the weary detective is going to start eating my my mystique. So this is really my last chance to be able to get the even balance between reputation and passion, and if I put too much passion in, then I'm going to wind up with fascination. I'm going to try... so I'm running on kind of this theory that the Vagabond's map jumps between the Red Church and the Worm Museum, so I'm going to keep trying the Red Church until I see the Vagabond's map in the Worm Museum. An incardinate. The very air is succulent with possibility. Pierce it, and it might bleed. 15th order influence. This might be the personal attention of an hour. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. I mean, at this point, maybe I just want to summon Azim. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all Impausi are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men, but a mother is never far from her child at its birth, and that is not always true of the father. Come closer and we'll show you what we mean. So I want to think about whether or not I want to use my talk for anything for the next little while. I'm going to say no, because I don't have any commissions to turn in at the moment. So we have a chat with Valsine about a mirror. I prepared the text for study. Sevenfold slaying of the seven coiled, an account of the destruction of the primeval hour, a god who was stone. I think that's the same text as we saw before. So let's read this right now. The nice thing is we don't actually have any Season of Despair or anything like that. We just have 2 despair that we will eventually want to get rid of. I'm trying to do that through generating some contentment through painting right now, but I have other means as well. There are 12 verses. In the first, an ascendant hour, identified as the scarred one, enumerates his justifications for destroying the seven coiled, its appetites, its growth, its enmity to humanity. In the second, a priestess puts out his eyes and scars his skin to protect him against the seven coiled's magics. In each of the next 7 verses, he destroys one aspect of the seven coiled. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go back through the stag door, and this time I'm definitely going to go to the Painted River, because if I wind up with a fascination, I can just use that with the dread. So at this point here, my hope is that I get, in the worst case scenario, fascination from Dream, which deals with this dread, and then I get contentment from this painting, which deals with the other dread. All right, the expedition continues. In this case, let's add Leo to add our last little bit of heart. So Weary Detective is going to find the mystique. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure how far in the expedition we're going to go when this investigation's done. We'll probably have some notoriety to deal with. We'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. We'll add the funds just in anticipation of the need. And my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, Glimmering, Pair of Mystique. No contentment, it looks like. That's a little unlucky. No staleness. So we did wind up ahead in terms of funds, but... Alright, so what am I going to do? Let's do work at Glover & Glover. So given the fact that there's going to be about 30 seconds between each of these, I suspect we're gonna get caught at the very end. Once I'm done with Glover & Glover, I'm going to try and summon Azim with the influence, but it's not clear if it'll work. So this, I think, might give me the fascination I was looking for. Yep. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. I don't need the knock for the summoning, and ideally I'm just going to have the Grail up. Looks like it's going to go down by 1 level because of the 1 second difference. I dreamt of the manses behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted her river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber in the captain's eyes, the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. So this is going to be the first priority for Dream. The newer Dread is here, although I need to do Fascination first and then combine that with Dread. The doors of vision swing wide, a little darkness will mellow my light. Even Dread has its uses. So, and we don't have a Season of Despair coming up, although we did just earn ourselves another Dread by reading the book. I think it's fair to say that the Edge books are as likely, maybe not as likely as Winter, but within the ballpark of Winter text to generate Dread. In the 10th verse, the Scarred One bathes his priestess patron in the blood of the Seven Coiled to lend her power. In the 11th, they assault the temple behind the world, entering it by force. In the 12th, they swear a tripartite oath to protect their ancestors, their descendants, and themselves. But we do have the alignments of murder, so it's in fact Edge where we have all of the lore first. So these are the arts that ensure an ending. So, what do I want to do with my study verb now? Well, we only one more book to read, so... the Songs of the Carapace Cross, as he describes the rites of the gods who were stone. The first hours is practiced before the existence of human civilization by the Carapace Cross. He claims a final survivor of the cross shared the information with him. And I forgot to add the Spintrea before, so... It's tough to say whether or not I want to paint or whether or not I want to do commissions. I guess we'll see what happens when time passes. I suppose the first thing is to see if I can still summon a Zeem after the Imperative of Appetite. I don't actually think I can, but I can still summon a Raw Prophet with it, so I think at least. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. We could add funds now or send another follower. Did we get past the door? Oh, doors have two purposes, to open and to remain closed. Today, this door remains true to its second purpose. So we'll add the extra funds just in case. So yeah, I don't think we can summon Azim with a level 6 Grail. We can with a... yeah, can with... Okay, with that in mind, actually, let's do right of the map's edge. So this is one of the two that give influence. So the other would be the Sunset Rite. So here we'll use the Urgency of Appetite. I need to add Knock, for sure. And then I think it was Moth for the instrument. So instrument, I think we can get away with the Consecrated Lintel, and so the invocation would be Moth. So there are possibilities here. If I had Moth, I might contact something shapeless. If I had Forge, I might contact a Seductive Savage power. So this is an example. Remember how I was saying how it's potentially, how my followers are potentially irrelevant? Basically, if I use things like the Rite of the Map's Edge, I can summon creatures which will do my expeditions for me. So it doesn't mean that I want to get rid of everyone, but it does mean that losing a follower doesn't quite have the same impact that it would have much earlier on in the playthrough. With that in mind, though, let's add, Centipede Testament just because I like showing off. So, Grail for the Raw Prophet Source, and a Little Moth for its Chaos Addiction. I actually don't know if going overkill on the... the different aspects. So I don't know if, let's say... Intensity 10 Moth is more likely to generate an old, unhappy, far-off things than an Intensity 2. I think it's the presence of Moth rather than the intensity of it. Although it wouldn't be inconsistent to show up that way either. So I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, and I haven't really tested it. But other than that, I can't really think of any disadvantages for using your higher powered lore if you have spares. So I can't see a situation where I'm going to need to use even 2 Centipede Testaments, let alone 3. Oh boy. Alright, so another Songs of the Carapace Cross, another dread from Songs of the Carapace Cross. I am going to have to deal with this dread because this is something that can lose a game. The rites are largely obsolete now. Few have been observed, in the last 1,000 years at least, to have any effect at all. Nevertheless, C identifies at least one invocation of a particular power. He warns that it should be used with caution, lest the gods who were stone might find their way back from nowhere. So we have a liminal invocation. This is a new lore for us. So, one god who was stone remains, and she watches all thresholds. So, with this in mind, I think going through the Peacock door is not a bad idea, because if my hypothesis about the switching vagabond maps is true, then the Red Church is where I should be going. And the potential negative from the Red Church is we get a fascination, which is welcome right now. Fortunately, we don't have a Season of Despair. And as it happens, I'm almost at a spot where I would want to use the Unresolved Ambiguity. I don't think I can switch So if I do talk temporary headquarters, this is about betraying people. So I think I have to explore to switch first. But now is actually a good time for me to consider switching to the library. There's no point in me doing the unresolved ambiguity right now because I don't have a fascination to work with it. Although I could probably try and upgrade the forbidden epics. Nope, because I still don't have an erudition. And that's what I get for not doing that's what I get for not doing the commissions. So I will instead do reason. So read whatever's to hand. Call upon the Forge of Days, who ends all nights. Will almost certainly shatter this warded door. So the lucky thing here is because we've been delayed on this expedition, we may not wind up with the notoriety falling in the hands of the weary detective. We still have 2 more obstacles plus all of the sort of the preamble before getting our goods. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today. So again, we know we're going past the dry soul curse. Whether or not it activates is unknown, but there's no case that I know of where the curse results in you what am I trying to say? You not being able to pass, so we don't need to add another funds. It enters the world one limb at a time, questing like a serpent, cawing like a crow, throbbing like a vein. It will cuddle close against my leg if I let it, and afterwards I will have to dispose of my shoes. So we're not quite able to add them to the expedition yet, but we do have a replacement for the one we lost. Of course, the Callagine is the one with the lower... it's the one with the lower duration, but you can't really pick there. Let's try the Red Church. All right, still not exciting. Learn something that will earn me favor once only. So each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a distinct appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he won't want this information made public, and perhaps he will show me some consideration. Something that would have been helpful earlier, but we didn't get it in time, so... the words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So I only have 40 seconds left on the glimmering. There's no point in me trying... Well, I could risk the upgrade and hope that it's the glimmering that comes up first. I actually think I'll still need a minute for that, though. So let's... I think I'll just read the sentimental literature and then run with it. I am lucky that the summon didn't try to resist. I can still make it to work at Glover and Glover. And again, I'm not as worried about fascination now, so I am going to go through the stag door. Again, the worst that happens is I get a fascination that will allow me to mellow the dread. Okay, and I get to see Rhaenyra, so that may give me some contentment to deal with the dread, although we're not as threatened by this anymore. In fact, I kind of want to avoid generating fascination now if I can. Call upon the Ring Ryu who is renewed. We are strong enough in heart to be almost entirely secure against the curse. So, one fascination, one contentment to deal with this dread maybe. Anything else is now a liability. I pass the time. I have been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So now we're going to double up Forbidden Epics. In this case here, this is just a matter of erudition and glimmering, so I'm not too worried about being able to pass this. There's a great chamber in the Mansus through which the painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails and flecks of gold leaf when I was done. Okay. With this in mind, I still don't have a way to the Peacock Door. There is a question as to whether or not I'm willing to go through the Stag Door in the current state. I think yes I am, although I want to be a little more careful about these journeys. And sadly nothing else to talk with my people about, so... Although I will start doing some... Oh, that's not true. I can talk with Jannings about a commission. The curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. Okay, so let's do the Forge commission for Madame Bichet. I think these will just wind up getting the iron spin tray. I'm not 100% sure, but I think if you do the low-level commissions, you wind up getting iron. I could be wrong in that. Jannings needs a substantial edge commission. I'll sort of trace this to see whether or not those divisions are true. Alright, Season of Despair, so I want to avoid Dread if I can. And I was neglecting to add the raw profit for more than a few turns. That's on me, so for days, memories of this will interrupt my thoughts like lightning on a summer night. And the rest, I'll turn in the commission when I can, but for now we'll just leave the talk verb open. And the good news is I don't have any scary books to read, so I know I won't be getting any surprise dread. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I believe A Scent of Knives is the one that keeps me from getting Unwanted Fascination. Nope. Of the place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. Obviously, I'm getting a bit forgetful about the patterns because it's been a while since I've had to go. I've been focusing on the Peacock's Door rather than focusing on the Stag. Okay, so we needed erudition. I think that means I was waiting on the glimmering. Yeah, so it was the right call to hold off on both. When I arrive, Rhaenyra is hazed in perfumes. When I leave, she lies tangled in a glorious sprawl of limbs. I'll carry her with me for days. I'll just cool it on the dream for the time being. I finished the manuscript, so we'll take that straight to Madame Bichet. Obviously avoid getting fired at Glover & Glover, because this has been a good source of money. We're back kind of to the point where we're generating rather absurd amounts of cash. But I shouldn't take it for granted, because it tends to get used up rather quickly on expeditions. Alright, Lagans and... Okay, so this one was an Iron Spintrea. So I'll be interested in seeing if Dr. Adim gives me an iron and then Jannings gives me a bronze. If that happens, I know how I can prioritize my commissions in future. If that's true, by the way, I feel a little embarrassed that I didn't pick up on that before, but I also didn't use commissions as often to help me out in terms of repairing mirrors. I usually just waited for the Frangiclave and went nuts. Okay. Why am I trying to talk to someone right now? Because I'm a fool. Oh, right. I wanted to read the text here. So Lagan's End. In one central chamber, Lagan, a once immortal Long... Yes, we are going to dodge the notoriety. This is good. Lies peacefully naked on a sandalwood bier. He is perfectly preserved, a slender, dark-skinned man in excellent physical health, but at our approach he crumbles into blackened flakes like fallen leaves. Objects glint from the remains. I am safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. We find a pocket watch, a book, a quantity of Algerian currency, all from our own era. He must have come and gone many times from this place before he resigned himself to his final rest. On the back of the watch, we see engraved a closed eye of a long society called the Obliviates. So my summons are in a little bit of a tricky spot, but nothing to be done with that. So we've got a Fushine book, The Voyages of Fernisham of Oriel, the impossible travels of a sea captain of the late Phoenician era, suppressed throughout recorded history, those who read it are said to disappear. Azoth, high-powered knock ingredient. Store this only in containers of a pure element and never permit it to grow warm. Perhaps it isn't the final solvent that alchemists sought, but it will do for our purposes. Alcapurine Shears. In the north there is a city of great wealth where dwelt a protector of the world. One day he fell silent. These shears were used to take from him his first his hair and then his fingers, and then what remained. The Atlas of Dreams, the shape of the world changes in each past, but the shape of the Mantis is reflected in all of them. One cannot map the Mantis, but one can make an attempt to map its reflections. So I want to be careful when I'm reading and translating these different books, because basically, if I wind up in a situation where two produce Port Noon anecdotes, again, I wind up overwriting one over the other. So essentially, as soon as I have a Port Noon anecdote, I don't read any more books. Instead, I immediately turn that into an expedition. Of course, given the fact that we've already explored the Lone and Level Sands, that's generally what we're going to be doing, no matter what. And the holiest hemolymph, hemolymph. Fate traces of an enigmatic substance spilt in the commission of an ancient crime, tightly sealed in a glass ampule. Who will remember the barber's son? I guess this means I gotta move everything down one, because this is where the paintings go. There must be order. For some reason I thought that was a pigment for a second, but that doesn't make any sense if it is. Alright, I think we should just move straight on to the Temple of Coils. Course of the Heart is nice if we wind up with a if we wind up in a situation where we need, or where we get sick, but that's not a pressing matter. I want to go on another expedition as soon as possible so that I can use my Callagine and Raw Prophet. There's a small argument that we get the... yeah, this is a tricky one, actually. So I can sort of play chicken with the notoriety. I can try and get a little bit more and then move HQs, which annihilates the notoriety. But doing so prevents me from being able to upgrade my unresolved ambiguities as easily as I would if I had a library. And then, of course, there's always the chance that we get a Season of Suspicion before the expedition finishes. I think I'm going to roll the dice, though. I only get to move HQs once, so. All right. The Temple of the Seven Coils. The site will tolerate no life, says the Journal of Zane Mark Gentis. So we'll find no serpents there. But the place sounds cursed, and Gentis recorded a door that his expedition could not open. So, forge for sure. Almost certainly we'll need Grail to get past the desert. And then the curse will be the usual, so I might need to pack some extra heart. So commissions after Glover and Glover, and I think I said I was going to try Dr. Adim to confirm that I would get Iron Spintrea, And if the substantial gets me a bronze, then I know, again, I have a sort of a decision rule in terms of what I'll prioritize in future. Challenge intuition, so yeah, the glimmering, this is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship, provide glimmering, or use a sanctuary. Alright, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So, Desolation, as usual, we need the Grail to help us get through it. Forge or Knock will defeat it, so we've already got some Forge, and then the Worms in the World will need Lantern or Moth to suppress this curse. Otherwise, it will not keep us from our goal, but it may trouble us later. So really, actually, we just need more money, but we'll add Rhaenyra to get us through the desert. And we'll add Laidlaw to deal with the door. Okay, as promised, we'll do our Lantern commission now. I suppose I could be doing more trips to the river. Call upon the sister and witch who are Pearl. The sister and witch should see us safely through the dry places. So we'll add the funds now. I don't need the forge quite yet. Blinking in light. Now I understand. Sun is setting. We look back across the desolation we crossed, and at all the colors it assumes in the evening light. Night falls, stars prickle, the wind presses cold hands to our faces. Onward. And I finished the manuscript just in time for Bechet to become active, but I will turn in... So it's a very minor point, but I usually like to turn in the commissions first because it means that the cooldown for the next one gets activated a bit earlier, whereas I know getting a commission from Madame Bichet, I'm still going to have to deal with the countdown for Glover and Glover and just a number of other factors. So in the grand scheme of things, there's so many things that occupy my attention that I don't think it's ever really resulted in me being able to do something I wouldn't have already done. But it is kind of nice to be able to just log in an extra, just a little extra efficiency, because I think I've said this before, but it's hard to say that Cultist Simulator is really a strategy game. Like, this is the challenge, right? If you say that a strategy game is a game in which you can employ a strategy, then every game is a strategy game. I mean, short of something where it's quite literally just, push a button and make a number go up. Beyond like the most simple forms, you're going to have an approach that you take. It is, I think, reasonable to say card games, if not are directly strategy games, at least have a lot of very similar features to them. Definitely if you think of things like Magic or Hearthstone or Gwent or any of the ones where you sort of have these different types of units and resource costs and whatnot. In fact, the game Prismata, I don't know if you guys have played that, but I was given a sort of like a beta key earlier. It's actually, I've streamed it before. There were some really nice people who stopped by from it, but I'm just not primarily a card game player, so it didn't feel like a good fit to kind of do as regularly enough as I think people wanted. That one really does embrace the connection that you can make between sort of almost real-time strategy games and card games, although it certainly is not a real-time card game. But with that in mind, in any given strategy game, and so this is going to, because I play a lot of strategy games, this informs the way that I play most games. Anytime I'm able to get a small efficiency, or anytime that I'm able to get a small percentage advantage, so like XCOM, this is huge. Anytime that there's something where there is a small but meaningful chance that a good thing will happen, I will generally try to take it, all things being equal, because while you can never rely on it, that one time. So if you hinge your entire strategy around something rare happening, you're going to lose. But if you can build into your strategy a nice little efficiency, or you can build in a nice little improvement as far as, a rare event, but you're able to sort of run the trial multiple times, well, then all of a sudden, this is something that you'll hear if you stream a lot and you do this. You're going to hear from a lot of people that you get lucky, quote unquote. And you don't really get lucky. What you get is just you kind of get the averages working in your favor. If it's a 10%, if it's an event that has a 10% chance of occurring, but in a given session, you're going to run that trial 1,000 times, then sure, to an outside viewer, that's going to look like you got exceptionally lucky, where in reality, what you've done is you've built your approach around maximizing the number of times where this positive event can happen. So the reason I'm mentioning that is just the fact that, given the fact that there have been enough times that I've used the talk verb where I'm like, it would be nice if I didn't do, if I had that extra couple of seconds. Well, again, being able to have Dr. Redeem available right away is something that's potentially good for me. It lowers the cooldown of it means there's less wasted cooldowns in other places, and again, on the margin, that may wind up helping me. It's definitely not an advantage that I think merits, grinding the stream to a halt and discussing it like I am right now, but it's one of these things that has been informing pretty much every previous run on the playthrough. The other thing that's nice about it, because of course it's no secret that I lose track and or get confused or distracted, it's also a nice little safety mechanism to keep my stupid self from burning the playthrough too badly. Anyways, as much as I would love to upgrade the Furtive Truth, the biggest advantages, or the biggest lore that we're going to be... So again, another example of efficiencies, right? What is the most efficient way for me to get extra Secret Histories lore right now? Translating and reading these books. 60 seconds for one, 60 seconds for another. So basically I'm looking at a total of 240 seconds in order to gain some high-level lore. What's my outside option? Well, because I've sort of imposed to myself a rule, it's not a hard rule, but generally I would like to be able to, have one of each type of lore, with maybe the exception of the final lores. The upgrade I'm going to be making is a Furtive Truth. Well, what does that mean? It means that I'm going to be getting, at best, a Forgotten Chronicle. Do I think I'm going to be getting Forgotten Chronicles from these? No. So, from a Furtive Truth, I'm going to need to spend a minute to do the upgrade. Then I'm going to need to spend however long it is to combine them. Then there's the test. Then there's the next step. Ultimately, I wind up with one type of lore, which I ignore whenever I go through the stag door. And so this is the reason why I start the translation rather than move it up. Of course, at some point, when I have nothing else to do, I'll move the Furtive Truth up to a Forgotten Chronicle to a Forbidden Epic to an Unresolved Ambiguity. And so we'll probably, at the very least, we'll wind up with 5 Unresolved Ambiguities, which will eventually turn into 2 Vagabonds maps, which can turn into a Port Noon anecdote, but that's a long way of running. And so far, our test has resulted in an Iron Spentrea as the... So the hypothesis is that basic level lore basic level commissions will produce Iron Spentreas. If this is true, this substantial will produce a bronze. And again, I feel like a bit of a bonehead for not realizing that before, but it will definitely help me out in future investigations. I'll try the Painted River, but I have a feeling it might be a fascination. Nope, just the lesson learned. Oh, that's right, yeah, it's the Forge is the lesson learned. The Painted River runs from Great Chamber near the White Door through far through the Mansus to its far edge, where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled their sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while, the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. So one thing that's nice here, of course, is that the lesson learned is something that I can just sort of sit on, and it'll be something that comes up when I'm upgrading this lore. For now, though, it doesn't really do a whole lot for me. Okay, expedition continues. We've already got past the desolation, so we'll need more money at some point. We're also going to need more forge, and we already have the moth. So let's add the money for now, because we can add the forge when we actually run into the obstacle. And for dream, let's try one more run to the stag door, although I feel like it's really not worth it in the grand scheme of things. Bichet would like a substantial commission on forge, so in theory this means both Wildering Mirrors get repaired once we finish the commissions. This of course will take a while, but we can work on that. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish all of the Lone and Level Sands expeditions, but I'll try and make at least some meaningful progress. Our tools are ready. We should be able to penetrate this warded door. With the presence of Laidlaw, we'll almost certainly shatter this warded door. It'd be nice to bring Enid and Neville along, but given the fact that we have the Callagine, it's just that much easier to bring a Forge follower in rather than try to find space for Tunop. Alright, so this is something I should have been checking before. It's less attractive to me to be going to the river. I really wish I read that. Now that there's Fascination, we'll see how that turns out in the end. For now, though, let's do our substantial forge commission and see whether or not we walk away with the money we wanted. Moving along, I can afford to read the Atlas of Dreams because... Wait, we've already had the Atlas. The Voyages of Furnisham of Oriel, a travelogue of sorts. I think I'll read this right now because it's going to take me a minute, so unless I generate a fascination, I don't need to worry about anything that pops out of the book here. Furnisham clearly visited the Mansus, sailing the length of the Painted River. He also claims to have traversed a sea of finest sand, to have dared the blazing... I'm gonna punt and take the Ascension Knives. That was the right call. It's difficult to control oneself. The Ascent of Knives is called the Sharp Stare, and the Mother of Mirrors, and the Feast of the Grail. If one is to look beneath the stare, as I did last night in my dreams, one understands that last name. It draws a tithe of blood from the feet of those who ascend. In Pausai, some shaped like men, many shaped like women, wait beneath the glass of the stairs to satisfy their hunger. I did not approach, I made no sound. I only observed. Alright. So now that I've seemed to have found some kind of a pattern with the commissions, one thing I'd like to try next is for lesser commissions to see if I use higher level lore, if ultimately the quality of my work determines the reward that I get. I suspect not, but we'll see. Okay. I have less of a reason to be going through the stag door, but it's something I can do. I hate seeing these things idle. All doors must open as all lives must end. This door has found its end here today, so we wait for the worms in the world and hope for the best. I'm going to need to worry about the health. I don't think I have any opportunities to... I don't think I have any opportunities to generate vitality without going to work. So I may have to wait on the next commission. That or just pay up. Yeah, actually, you know what? Paying up for the medicine at this point seems to make more sense. Finish the manuscript. So, moment of truth to see whether or not Bichet gives me the Spintrea. Oh, here we go. Port Noon anecdote. Fernisham's final voyage is to retirement on a peaceful island across the evening sea, where he identifies a spring whose waters will keep him safe. I'll be forgotten, he declares, and this work my only trace. Port Noon is where the long go to enjoy the sea and the sun, to drink from the spring that makes them forgotten and to stay out of trouble. Mostly out of trouble. The stories you can hear in the Hotel Ciervo are golden dewed, quintuple distilled toasts to memory, served straight up. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the evening isles where Port Noon is located across the great ocean. Now, of course, the most important thing for me to do right now is not read the Atlas of Dreams. The reason for this is that if for any reason it happens to give me another Port Noon anecdote, I will delete the anecdote and I'll have wasted an opportunity. So we need to wait for this expedition to finish before I can load it up. I would consider putting expeditions on hold in order to explore this, because it does form a little bit of a bottleneck in terms of my research. Although in truth, it's not that severe, because it's not like I'm trying to upgrade Vagabond's maps. But with that in mind, these are pretty valuable, and these are something that I want to deal with as early as possible on the odd chance I wind up getting another at an unexpected time. So here I'm going to go back to Glover and Glover before my brain turns to mush. We're almost certainly strong enough in Moth to secure against the curse. And then for study, to upgrade the Furtive Truth, we needed erudition, which we have enough of. This will probably expire, but I believe the lesson learnt is sufficient. So study the histories. History is less certain than we are taught, but I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. Also, I keep forgetting it's 30 seconds, so this erudition might take me through. And we did just read that text, so I'll skip this one for now. I still go through the stag door just because while I am able to repair the mirror, I'm not at a point yet where I can turn... even when I turn into Madame Bichet, it's going to take me a while to get Valsine to repair it. Okay, substantial commission on land. This theoretically means that I've got 3 bronze Spintrea on their way to me. Receive the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So I'll talk with Valsine right away about repairing one of the mirrors. The other thing that I'm going to try next... So we already know that from the substantial commissions I'm going to be getting bronze Spintrea. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a higher level lore on either the edge or the lantern. Curse Shrivel, our power was stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. So what I think I'm going to try and do here is I will put either the Unmerciful Mantra or the Operation of the Labite, so these 2 lore here in fulfilling this, and I want to see if I get a silver or a bronze Spintrea as a result. And for the meantime, I think I'm just going to pay up for the Affliction, because the ability to get something that lets me repair my mirrors is a higher priority to me than saving money. Treasures lie before us, so... Oh. I think I tripped up on the knowledge, so... Oh, and it won't let me use the erudition. That's a pity. That actually makes erudition lesson learned a little bit less useful than I thought it was. Actually, there was no reason for me to do that. For some reason, I thought I was sitting on Dread, but it was actually a Season of Despair. That's fine. No harm, no foul. Unless the Season of Visions is coming up. And you know what? I don't think I'm going to have the Fleeting Reminiscence to deal with it after. Drat. Alright. Oh no, but I will after, even if it does get picked up, I'll still get the Fleeting Reminiscence to deal with afterwards, so it's fine.
I dreamt of the mantis behind the white door, of the great space above the orchard, the space that overlooks the bounds, the space where the vagabond once painted a river. Painted ships passed upon the painted river. I met the painted eyes of a painted captain. She saluted, and the motion was like the layered movement of clouds. The sail of the ship was amber, and the captain's eyes the green of new barley, and the river aquamarine. Now that I'm awake, I see those colors still. All right. So here, sorry, I just want a minute to think. So if I go through the stag door again, I potentially get a fascination. Best I wind up with is another forbidden epic, which I can turn into an unresolved ambiguity, which is a good thing. Worst case, I wind up with another fascination, which will not hurt me because I will have the fleeting reminiscence, which will cancel that one out. White door might give me vitality. It definitely invokes health, which would allow me to use the affliction. No, but I am going to pay for the affliction because the mirror will be repaired shortly after, and I don't want to tie up my ability to go to the peacock door. I basically just wanted to see if there would be a chance for me to potentially generate some vitality in an easy way, but I do want to test this hypothesis about the lore. So here, I'll do the lantern. The lantern might wind up generating an erudition. It's unlikely to generate it at a time when unlikely to generate it at a time where I'll need it. But you never know, right? There's your bronze Spintrea. "7 coils," said Gentist's journal, "but the idol within is an impossible heap of stone serpent, coil upon coil, a knot that drizzles the soul. Wrongness squirms in the temple corners. We should search the place quickly before its influences overwhelm us." So my studies have been stymied for now. So we knew that was going to happen, but the fleeting reminiscence will get picked up right away. We will, however, have a notoriety that the weary detective is going to pick up right away, which might actually imply a trip from the Callagine would be no, I can't do that. I can't do a trip from the Callagine because, one, it's notoriety, and number two, it would still snatch it out of the talk verb in time. So I think I'm just going to have to accept that I wind up with some evidence, and I'll just need to make sure I'm a little more on the ball with the damning evidence if it emerges. I was just thinking that might be an opportunity for me to convert the Port Noon anecdote. Although maybe I just want to convert the Port Noon anecdote on its own. "The coils of God. The temple is as clean as it were newly swept. No sand has crossed the threshold. No dust settled on the idol's horrible twists. We find things tucked away here and there amid the coils, as if they had been playfully left for us to find, or as if the idol had coiled around them." Rasmus says, "You've returned from soaking your brain in the liquid madness of contemporary American politics. How goes the relatively sane world of the occult?" I don't know if something recently happened, but I'm glad you survived. Not a whole lot. I mean, we've just been grinding out some expeditions. I noticed the viewership was a bit lower, so that usually implies one of two things. Either another streamer's doing Cultist Simulator, which gives me something to host, because I'm actually a little bit later than what I was planning on being, but never hurts to do some extra Cultist Simulator. Or some other event is going on, so if there's a political thing going on, I suppose that explains it. Gold Spintrea. I always keep looking at the value. I'm like, my god. Spintrea are the currency of Hidden World. Some Spintrea are worth more than others, but don't expect to get change. This is not a grocery. So Gold Spintrea. Initiates of the Hidden World use Spintrea to pay for services. They can easily be sold for more traditional funds. Gold Spintrea display scenes that are not visible to mortal eyes on the reverse side. Spintrea can be sold for more traditional funds at the auction house. In Memory of Gods, a work by Barrowchild's nameless Gaulish adept who joined an organization known as the Ordo Lemea, also written in Fucine. Watchworms, so a tiny pot of stunted, desiccated larval remnants from the First Worm War, rank with the power that inhabits the dead hours. I'm always very fond of this. Aspect lethal poison. Under no circumstances should you put this in anyone you want to keep. And finally, the division bell. First its voice, and after, nothing. Very powerful. I think actually it's the most powerful winter item I have. I should actually get these, I should get the ordering worked out at some point. The bitter atmosphere might be a complication for me. I'll think about that later. For now, though, we're going to have a chat between the Callagine and the Raw Prophet. And what I will do with Expedition, I want to get the Port Noon anecdote out of the way right away, just on the odd chance that I, for whatever reason, generate another one unexpectedly. Across a bright sea, Port Noon lies. Exiles, monsters, and visionaries have long favored the waters around it. Perhaps we shouldn't get too close, but it might be useful to get close enough. So again, we do this because Port Noon is unique, and I would rather not waste it. So here I'll try and generate... Actually, I'll get an erudition in a minute anyway. The sick room grows close and stale. It's time to get up, and... I'm ready to go with the Wildering Mirror. Where'd my notoriety go? Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. I also did not... Oh my goodness. I have probably had that erudition sitting up there for a while, and I would have been able to upgrade the Furtive Truth if I was just paying attention. Oh well. I'll go through the Peacock Door. In my dreams I know the path through the glass garden to the Peacock's Door, the most admirable of doors, the door which shines like a mirror. Perhaps with the right resources I can pass it. The Peacock's Door reflects the mirror I hold in my sleep, and the mirror reflects the Peacock's Door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when I find that satisfaction, I will enter. Alright, so more investigations. Right now the talk verb is occupied, so I'm not able to test the hypothesis. But it's in the name of the greater good. At this point, I might as well try the Furtive Truth again, because we'll wind up... We'll probably have like 2 or 3 erudition, depending on when things happen. Alright, so the bitter atmosphere is now a liability because of the season of despair coming up. He didn't lose any time. And we also have old and happy far off things, so there's an argument for painting as well instead of doing commissions. So we've got the wreck of the Christabel. A sea beast came to love this vessel, but when she could not return its affections, the sea beast crushed it. Even now, the beast will not leave the ship's corpse, bedecked as it is with occult treasures. We must dive carefully. Alright, so it's because I had the Raw Prophet and the Callagine talking to each other that I generated the old and happy far off things. That's one of the risks that I run by trying to preserve these guys, but I consider this risk to be preferable to having to summon them each time. If I do a summoning and one becomes rebellious, the catch is I get into trouble at work because it takes too long to deal with a rebellious spirit. So in the end, I figure it's a cost. It's a cost I'm willing to pay. A star fell in the deep desert. It did not quite destroy the sacred place it struck. The treasures of the old altar may remain hidden beneath the grave of the star, but we must approach the star cautiously. It still resonates with energies from outside the world. Now, I could try and get rid of the icy atmosphere through advancement. Before anything, though, let's have a chat with Madame Bichet about a commission. Words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. Now, I actually don't know what's going to come out of the Atlas of Dreams. while I'm at it, I'll just get the Furtive Truths dealt with. This really isn't a choice I feel very good about, but gives me something to do. I hope it's the Red Church. Nope. Last night I visited the Red Church, where the Grail conducts its feasts. The light through the stained glass windows was all the spectra of red, and the names of the Grail labored to birth a new desire, which had until today no name at all. I am sickly with the memory of it, and this morning everything I see is tinted ruby. So I have a few ideas about how to handle this. I need to see exactly where we're sitting with the dread and the icy atmosphere. I think I'll paint away the restlessness, and then one of the dread can mellow the fascination. But again, I need to make sure the ordering of everything works out. I'm gonna let the dream slot stay idle for the next little while. Okay, substantial commission on Moth. This means at minimum we'll get a bronze Spintrea, but now we get to see whether or not this commission gets me anything better. I mean, it's definitely one of the more challenging ones to get what you need. To a certain extent, I kind of expect it almost seems a little bit like the occult version of work. I think the way I've been able to kind of come to peace with the way Trezen Lore 11, thank you very much for the follow. Please bring the other 10 Trezen Lores if you can. I think one of the ways I've been able to justify it in my head is that it is sort of the highest ascension in terms of the Mansis. You are getting the rarest secrets. And so, to a certain extent, I sort of feel like if you just go there to get a guaranteed result, it's not quite as exciting in the end. But this is the I mean, this really gets to the heart about whether or not the game works for people or it doesn't, because there are some people who just find the grind too much. Now, for that, of course, we now have the recommendation of the of Exile. Of course, Exile is on the other end of the spectrum, where people think it's really harsh and maybe not fun to play for that reason. But I think on balance, yeah, it's a tricky one. Like, I think for the same reasons that I'm able to overcome the fact that Glover and Glover's a bit of a drag, I'm able to overcome the fact that the Peacock Door is a bit of a drag. I will admit the one that I find... The door I haven't quite been able to make as much sense out of is the Spider's Door. You notice I haven't used it at all on this playthrough. And for the most part, I actually find the process of getting a victim to use on the Spider's Door to be worth less. Like, I feel like the effort of getting the victims aren't worth as much in terms of getting the Spider's Door. I just tend to find that I'm really able, especially the way that lore works, I'm just able to get what I need through the Peacock Door and other journeys, rather than necessarily being able to find things in the Spider's Door. Now, I will also admit, it looks like the stuff that you get from some of these destinations has changed, so the Spider Door might be worth a little bit more than I recall. But I'll admit, it's actually not the Peacock Door. The Peacock Door isn't the one that necessarily... has I don't know, an issue seems a little too extreme, but the one that I haven't quite been able to reconcile is actually the Spider Door for me, not the Peacock Door, though I completely understand why people find the Peacock Door a little frustrating. And even then, it's not even necessarily the I want to be sort of a pacifist style player reason that I skip the Spider Door. I can have vicious characters who don't value life that much. But, you know, in terms of a body, like maybe I want to use it to get my higher mark, or maybe I want to, I don't think that the notoriety that I generate is really worth the trouble. I'm not going to be able to paint away the restlessness because I did the lore. I don't know what I was thinking there. Got plenty of erudition for my exploration, though. All right, well, I'm going to have to deal with some kind of dread. Well, that's not entirely true. I can advance my pawn. I'll think about it, though. Okay, expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. But yeah, even the vicious characters, it's sort of a question of, well, if I generate this much notoriety, do I really want that risk with the Suppression Bureau? And then the answer is, well, just murder the Suppression Bureau, which, fair enough, right? You can. But that suddenly, you generate a bunch of notoriety, and to deal with the notoriety, you then go and murder a hunter, which of course has its own risks in terms of their ability to generate sort of an immunity to what you're doing, or you potentially generate a rival. And it sort of raises this question all of a sudden that, this seems to be a lot of effort you're now putting into in order to do a trip to it's a door that admittedly gets you types of influences that you can't get from the Peacock door. I understand there are things there that you can't get in the two other doors, but I clearly haven't had playthroughs where I felt a need to travel there. So, although again, the fact that I think the spider door is the one that has the bigger problems does not necessarily mean that the Peacock door is any less frustrating for people to use. It's, in the end, it always comes down to a question of what you're willing to work through. Okay, so we need Harder Winter for the Fifth Eye Curse, which might be appearing quite a bit earlier. We then have Desolation, which in this case we only need the one Grail, and then Lantern or Nox. So this is actually going to be a trickier run. So what we'll do is we'll add Dorothy first. If I can get away with it, I'll also try adding Enid. But I'm probably going to have to make some decisions about what tasks I overcome before I can add. So it'll be the priority will be to get Dorothy and Enid in as soon as possible, but they're of course overridden by logistical difficulties or an immediate challenge. We should still be able to overcome, or at least be able to get 10 lore of each situation. We should be able to get 10 lore for each obstacle before we run out of money and before those obstacles emerge, though. I suppose I should think about how I'm going to generate contentment. I'll risk it with passion, but again, this might have consequences. Oh no! What was I thinking? I could have got rid of that fascination first. No, that's not as bad, actually, because I know I don't have any risk of the fascination coming up. No, I still made the right choice. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. Sorry, for some reason I thought I was going to be able to use the emerging dread with one of those, but I couldn't. So that was a severe overreaction for something that nothing happened. But here is a sneaky way out of my current predicament. I'm going to talk with Count Jannings first. Oh, no, because I'm working on his commission. Let's take the Order of the Bloody Cup. We'll take my pawn. We'll add the trappings. And ceremony. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. So, what's going to happen here? We call upon the Sister and Witch, who cannot be touched. We'll call upon the Sister and Witch to shield us from the scorching heat of the sun and the mirrors of the horizon. It should see us through. We'll add Rhaenyra to advance the lore level, so the Sister and Witch should see us through the dry places. And what's going to happen here, so I've gotten rid of the immediate source of dread. In 40 seconds, this is going to go away. This doesn't become a dread until 49 seconds, so we've got a 10-second grace, and then I can get rid of the dread by combining it with a fascination and dream. So whether or not I get contentment is entirely beside the point. I finished the manuscript, so we gotta go back to work. Now, I could have avoided that if I had been a little more careful in balancing out when I painted and when I did commissions, but in the end I figure getting the bronze Spintrea is not a bad idea in the grand scheme of things. The sun is setting. We look back across the desolation we crossed at all the colors it assumes in the evening light. Night falls, stars prickle, the wind presses cold hands to our faces, onwards. And for some reason, I completely ignored the fact that this needed erudition, but I'll be able to take another crack at it. Let's see what the crowds of sleep gave us. In pain we are born, in hunger we are embraced, in delight we are devoured. These are the gates of the body, and this is her promise. Not all that is born decays. In remembrance of that promise, we give ourselves to the feast. So, with talk... Oh, and the silent disciple. Loyal and quiet as falling snow. Let's do the repair job. I've been sitting on that for a while. Okay, so we'll add Enid just in case we need to deal with the door sooner than expected. Well, actually, hang on. Right, it's a hidden door, so it is Lantern or Knock. Alright, is there anything else I want to do a study? Not really, so I can't... Well, technically the unresolved ambiguity, but the fascination is going to expire sooner than I need, so... One last time with the furtive truth. In 1 minute... Oh, sorry, 1 second. Alright, another restlessness. Well, if I wanted to paint, now I have the opportunity. Although I'll have less mystique for it. I dreamt of opening doors, red doors and gold doors and doors of glass and doors bound like books and railway carriage doors and castle gates. Behind one was something I seek. I woke with the slamming of doors still in my ears. So here we'll add the fascination and the dread. No reason to keep those hanging around. Maybe I'll just let the restlessness decay here because there isn't an obvious threat right now, and then I've got a contentment that will be emerging from the fact that Rhaenyra is occupied. We're skilled at uncovering hidden ways. We'll probably find this hidden door. Neville will bring in reinforcements. We bear a great power of opening. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door. It'd be a lot better if I remembered... You know what? I'm gonna put the new stack here just because I've been missing too much in the upper right-hand corner. Either I need to go to Glover and Glover or I need to decide what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do commissions actually. I'm gonna say painting is for the week at the moment. And this is in anticipation that I'm going to get a contentment to deal with this restlessness. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. And we do have a season of despair coming up, but in 20 seconds I'll have completed composure, and then we'll be able to combine the restlessness and the contentment. So Valsine wants a bronze Spintrea, which has been dealt with. Challenge knowledge, so this will be the earlier expiring erudition. I can't believe it took me 2 or 3 tries to get this done, but now that's taken care of. And we can combine the dread and the contentment. Alright, so all the fires are out. Until we read it, the Memory of Gods at least, so we'll wait until the season starts before we try reading any winter books. Near is repaired, it shines again as it did once before. Alright, so, fate lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shutter and a shower of dust. Now, after we add the funds, I am going to have to add Leo or Clovette to make sure that we're as strong as we can be against the curse. But we know that we've passed this expedition once that comes up. Also, after I'm done upgrading this lore, I do want to read the Atlas of Dreams on the odd chance it does give me a Port Noon anecdote. I don't think it will, but it would be nice to have that sort of locked in before I go too far down the rabbit hole. If I can get a Port Noon anecdote, I'll study that before we go to Maya and the Wreck of the Cristobal. Also, this talk verb was available for a while. I should have been turning in commissions. So we'll talk with Dr. Adim first, then we'll turn in with Bichet. No, sorry, I should have done it the other way around, because that was the cooldown thing that I keep talking about. Sorry, you can see I'm getting a little tired. And why am I not working? Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up. We'll almost certainly have that notoriety in time for the Season of Suspicion, but we'll be able to deal with the damning evidence if it comes up. This is probably a Silver Spintrea, if memory serves. Call upon the ring you who encompasseth. We carry enough heart aspect to quell the curse. Probably. Call upon the ring you who is renewed. We are strong enough in heart to be almost entirely secure against the curse. And I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So normally these would be helpful for the study that I do. Unfortunately, I've been a little careless in terms of balancing all of this out. So right now this is about generating Spintrea more than anything. I wish it were otherwise, but I'll contend with the fires that I've sort of started at the moment, and then I can sort of realign things after they calm down. Okay, nothing to talk about except repairs, so let's bring Valsine back in. We have a second mirror to look at, and no reason not to be going through the Peacock's door at this point. And hopefully before too long we'll be able to read the Atlas of Dreams. Our power was stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. So we've got a Forgotten Chronicle. I get to recreate this whole, lovely experience, in terms of the turning it into a forbidden epic, unresolved ambiguity, so on and so forth. The funny thing is, so I suspect by reading the Atlas of Dreams, I'm not necessarily going to get any better lore than what I'm already getting if I were to use this with the Explore verb. It'd be weird if I wound up with the location. Like, it'd be weird if I wound up with something that would give me a better location. I wouldn't know why you would explore with it in this case, but I'm going to give it a shot. Oh, okay, well that answers it. The Atlas of Dreams doesn't let me do anything other than... Wait a minute. Oh no, because it's looking for the mirror. Although... Yeah, I was hopeful. Okay. Well, that answers that. I suppose I am going to combine the Forgotten Chronicle then, and we have Glimmering and Erudition, so that'll work. I was feeling a little salty about the fact that I had the dilemma of seeing whether or not this would produce any lore that I wanted, combined with the fact that I actually had an Erudition and a Glimmering that would have been helpful in converting these Forgotten Chronicles. But seeing as this is eliminated as a possibility now, I can take advantage of these influences. I don't think I mentioned this before, but I'm pressing tab to automatically stack the cards if that wasn't obvious. I know some people who watch are old hands at Cultist Simulator. Some people are wanting to learn more about the game. So, and of course, as always, if there's something that doesn't make sense to you, feel free to ask the question. If you're in the live cast, you already know how the chat works. But if you happen to be watching this as a VOD, and thank you for putting up with all the movie talk earlier, obviously you can feel free to leave a comment. I do my best to read all of them and respond unless it's something that I don't feel... So if it's unkind or if it's telling me how to play the game, I don't respond to those. Otherwise, I try my best to answer all of them, although sometimes it's a bit later. Okay, so we're just waiting for the goodies. Of course, we'll have a notoriety that the weary detective will turn into damning evidence, but nothing really to be done about that. I don't think there's any lore for me when it's an unresolved ambiguity, but I'm still going to try the Red Church. All right, well, that's what I get. So... Again, this isn't the sort of thing that I would like. I'm not gonna like bet everything on this, but it does feel like the Vagabonds map does alternate between the Red Church and the Worm Museum. That doesn't mean that there aren't other things that can come up, but when there is this lore in these locations, it feels like it's been a pretty clear pattern of Red Church, then Worm, then Red Church, then Worm. I'm going to be running on that for now, although the likelihood of me remembering that it's the Worm Museum after a week is pretty low. But that's a next week me problem to deal with. I saw the Red Church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass shades of ruby, the golden altar that beats like a heart. That night the names of the Grail gathered to speak of those long who'd sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, say between man and man, or woman and woman. They still pay the tribute of delight, an ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a thirstly lamented. Then they fell to gossiping of the long in the house of Leaf, and their deeds in the desert. I remember it still. So I'm just trying to... I feel like I misplaced a card somewhere, but everything seems to be in order. So it's been Treya, treasures before us, we don't need any input. Into the night, we've already combined the lore that... No, hang on, we haven't. So the Erudition and Glimmering, nothing to go through the Peacock's Door with yet, although, you know, I could start the... I'm sure I'm setting myself up for disappointment, but I'll save myself a little time. The opening stone. The meteorite lies in the shattered temple, ridged like a sea creature, smoothed by its passage through the atmosphere. The old altar must have been crushed centuries ago, but the meteorite responds to our touch. It hums like wires in the wind. Its surface shifts, and it opens like an eye. Alright, so this one wants... wrong one. This one wants Erudition or a library. Mirror is repaired, it shines again as it did once before. Not for long, but... Peacock's Door reflects the mirror I hold in my sleep. And the mirror reflects the Peacock's Door. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. Sorry, I thought Adim was open for commissions, but I'm doing his commission. I forgot. Now we can talk. What is past? The meteorite is cold and closed and silent. The sand of centuries lies untouched upon it, but here in our hands are the treasures we found within. So, notoriety, the weary detective is going to be happy about that. There's Neville and Enid, Rhaenyra, Dorothy. Callagine, Raw Prophet, and yet another Wildering Mirror. All right. trips to the Peacock Door for everyone. We have The Manner in Which the Alchemist Was Spared, a quasi-alchemical text in Vac. We have The Focus of Amber, penance work of Omar the Blaze and Deep Mandiac. We've got Medusa's Lament on the Death of the Hour called Seven Coils, the Father of the Mother. And that's in Greek. So a bunch of translation work ahead of me. I am going to be a little curious as to whether or not I can combine the Atlas of Dreams with a Forbidden Epic, because if that means I have 3 Forbidden Epics, then I'll be able to upgrade to an Unresolved Ambiguity. So I'll have a 5th. So basically the 2 Forbidden... Oh, sorry, it's 2 Forgotten Chronicle. Okay, so I'm combining 2 Forgotten Chronicles. That'll give me a Forbidden Epic, which is level 3. All right, so I should just ignore that. Upgrade that to an Unresolved Ambiguity. That will give me a total of 5. I'll use 4 of those to turn them into Vagabonds maps. That in turn will give me 3 Vagabonds maps, which I will turn into 1 Port Noon Anecdote. As for the rest, maybe an idea to keep the Callagine and the Raw Prophet hanging around for a little bit so that we can deal with this evidence. Alternatively, I just don't bring them on the expedition at the start. You know what? We'll wait the 8 seconds. Received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So I'd love to pick up a commission from Madame Bichet, but right now I'm going to chat with the Callagine and the Raw Prophet, at least until we see what happens with the notoriety. I would have preferred to... Actually, you know what? I can still make use of the Explorer verb, though. So we'll sell off Gartside Sanskrit Reader, along with whatever else we can manage. Alright, I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have set wards about it and warnings before it, but they have left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred the corpse of the sun. Those things that are here those things are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mantis will be nowhere one day. More cracked mirrors, however I have a replacement. I've got 3 Wildering mirrors now, so... Nothing to do to get rid of the dread. Fortunately, we don't have a Season of Despair coming up. Of course they take the Mystique. I hate putting the expeditions on hold like this. They would like Glimmering, which is almost expiring, so... Season of Sickness coming up. Again, while we're waiting, I've at least got a few things that I can sell, so... I could try painting in the worst case scenario. I mean, the other thing I could try and do is just steal the evidence now. At this point, well, you know what? It's nothing that says I can't. So even if he does pick up the notoriety, there's not a lot he can do about it. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So, unfortunately, I don't have any commissions to do. So if I would like... Yeah, actually, this works out rather well. So we'll take the Mystique and the notoriety. And I'll add a couple extra passion. And... I'll use an unusual portrait. I'll paint them into our world, and perhaps they'll stay a little longer. Oh, hang on. The Suppression Bureau will likely take an interest. Do I really want to generate another notoriety out of that? Total lack of interest. Alright, so much for that theory. Last night I visited the War Museum, which is both within the Mansis for security and without for safety. The hours have charged the Colonel with its defense, and even the Lionsmith does not challenge him here. Winter is the chiefest aspect of this place. The worms thrive where things end, but they can also be ended, and they must. The Mansis is to endure. This morning, the chilly certainty of the Colonel's hand still lies on my shoulder. If you guys can just give me a second here, I think I've messed something up. For myself, just in terms of timings. So yeah, I've dug myself into a couple of holes now. My minion is returned, so now we don't need to keep these guys around. We'll still have them talk to each other, but I'll make a painting about my dread. Dream-wise, we got nothing else to work with at the moment, so I think I'm just gonna... I'll cool it there for now. Oh yeah, no one is impressed. The auctioneer's gavel bangs. My item has sold, but for a sum so trifling as to not be worth recording. Oh, pay for paints. Auctioneer's gavel bangs. My item is sold. And at this point, 35 seconds left. We'll sell the enigmatic sculpture. This oddity is probably worth something, but it's hard to be sure. See the mistakes, but I also see the end. At this point, I'll probably just pay for the... I'll probably pay for the medicine. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. There's the Forbidden Epic. I think at this point I probably need to start translating stuff, so we will translate in Memory of Gods, although whether or not I read it right now is another question. So there's the dread I was contending with. With luck, I got some contentment. I did. Good. More than one contentment, actually. And we at least got our money back. And I'm still not stale. Okay, so dealing with dread first. Let's get back to Glover and Glover before I lose my job. That's not surprising. And here I just wanted the 30 seconds for the auction to go by. That should be enough for me to get the summons back. Auctioneer's gavel bangs. My item is sold. I've gotten rid of the extra stuff that I didn't really want. So we will do an expedition to Maya, but I do want to make sure that I have my 2 summons, so I don't need to worry about resummoning them. Hey, and I got a free glimmering out of it. Is there something to be learned from the satisfaction of desire? Alright, so on to Maya. I don't expect to get anything too exciting out of this. Obviously, the Wreck of the Crystal would be the one that really gives me the exciting stuff, but I figure I'll do it all in order. If I do it this way, I'm never going to wind up finishing Maya, so we'll deal with it. I know that bringing Rhaenyra will help me out because she's a Cyprian. The rest of it, we really don't know what we're up against. So with that in mind, I kind of wanted to make sure everything sort of balanced out. The city Maya has long been sunk in the desert. Only ghosts walk its street. Anything left there will be well hidden, and the vagabond's curse hangs over it. Her revenge on the place that wronged her so. If you guys can just give me a second, I'm going to step away from the keyboard for just a minute. I don't have that much longer in the playthrough to go, but I did want to... There's something I need to deal with really quickly, okay? Alright, sorry about that. I keep forgetting that going late carries with it some other implications for other stuff that I'm doing, so... Okay, the city Maya has long been sunk in the desert. Only ghosts walk its street. Anything left there will be well hidden, and the vagabond's curse hangs over it all. Her revenge on the place that wronged her so. This sounds like it's not really well suited to my people. Oh, yeah, I should probably be getting commissions. Also, I should be repairing mirrors, but for now I'll settle with commissions. So when I can, I'll pay up to heal that. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. Expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So I'm not going to worry about Desolation. Fretful Dead will want Edge or Winter. The Creeping Breath Curse will want Heart or Grail. Finally, the Hidden Door wants Lantern or Knock. And then, of course, there's going to be a whole bunch of money we need to spend as well. So, as usual, we'll add one of each type until we're full up on what we need. And we're kind of hoping for the best, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll see how well it goes. All right, so this is... I'll prioritize a Deem's very substantial request first. In the meantime, let's get Valsine to repair the mirror. We have enough for one of each. I've prepared the text for study. I think for the time being, I will pay... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pay to... I'll pay to heal myself, and we'll just do another... We'll kind of do another translation blitz. I'm not exactly at a spot where I want to be generating any more negative influences. Or negative... You know what I mean. When I close my eyes, figures march behind my eyelids. When I open them, the light hurts. So we will do the very substantial Secret Histories commission first. At some point I'm going to have to deal with the icy atmosphere, but again, maybe we won't have a season of despair to worry about. Call upon the Sister and Witch who cannot be touched. Alright, so this means Rhaenyra needs to be added first. Sister and Witch should see us safe through the dry places. After that, I'm going to add Enid, so that gives us one of everything to get us through. After which... Wait a minute. Yeah. After which, it's a question of adding either money or adding the people who are required for each challenge. So we should be in good shape. And in 1 minute, I'm going to need to mess around with... Actually, sorry guys, just bear with me a second here. Cool. Sorry, I hate doing stuff that's not stream related, but I have a life too, so... let me just catch up where we're at. Okay, so Spintrea for the glass. Yeah, now it's... I have... No, I need to add Enid, still, after that, I'm on a path to succeeding. Yes, okay. I'm caught up. That's cheeky of them. Prepare the text for study. So next up, we take our Deep Mandiac and read the penance work. Where'd you go? There we go. Obviously, when I can, I'll talk with the Deem about that right away. For now, let's just settle into work, curl my hands into the correct shapes, and begin. And I suppose I should be thinking about what I want to do with Dream. I could try going through the stag door again. Or I could just chill out. You know what? I'm going to roll the die. This is a tough one, because if I get a fascination... I'll try the passion. If I get Herschel's Nightmare, I'm just going to freak out. Okay, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could add another follower. So here we are. We add Enid. We'll talk with Adim to start his countdown. And then after that, we'll talk with Valsine about using the bronze Spintrea to do the repair too. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. Okay. Back on track. And I got the thing I was meaning to do before midnight done. 3 minutes before the deadline. Alright, we can begin to repair this, but it will take at least a bronze Spintrea to purchase the necessary materials. Alright, so we're already working on that. 30 seconds will find out whether or not I made a bad decision on the moonlit road. My fluids thin, my flesh desiccates, my changes uncoil, my passions dim, I am becoming less than I want. Alright, the dead watch us closely, expressionless as saint statues, but we are invested with the power of winter. Probably the dead will recognize that. So, we'll add Eau Claire. Oh, we have more text. The dead circle the edge of our vision like frayed dreams. The very air around us is chill with winter's shadow. They must recognize that. Translation, only one more to go before we need to actually start reading these things. So in Greek, we'll read the Medusa's Lament. Lock the study door, the work begins. Okay, so we've got Dread, but we don't have a season of despair coming up. So here, whatever we wind up getting in terms of our commissions, we know it's just going to be an iron Spintrea that we get, but still, it kind of clears the queue in terms of, although I am going to try the Ardent Orison just to see. From the previous time we attempted this, it seems like we, actually, let's just do the Formula Fissive, so, in this case, it seems like I'm stuck getting an iron from this no matter what, but we'll try to mess around with some different alternatives to see whether or not I might get lucky. And Dreams of the Rain. Rain is coming, but the right kind of rain, so I got a bit lucky there. Season of Suspicion's coming up, so I want to be careful about this evidence. We're not really all that close to finishing the expedition, so the damning evidence will become a liability. Whether or not it's one that I want to send Sylvia on is another matter, but... Logistical difficulties. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we will have to abandon the expedition. So the dead draw back. They're almost faces flat and watchful. They will not trouble us. So we'll add the money now. And then whatever we encounter, it's either going to be something we have enough for, which means I'm going to add funds, and if it's the door, then I'll just add Neville. I'm noticing the viewership picks up a little bit when I go late, which is nice. The challenge is, I think once work from home ends, I'm not going to be able to sustain these kinds of hours and still be able to make it to work on time. But that's, I don't know. It gives me some information about the times that people like to watch, so I'll try and keep that in mind. No planned changes to the schedule for the time being, though. Like I said, I do have to contend with the fact that there is a real life outside. So there's kind of an argument for every single one of these. I'll read in the memory of gods. I'll just take the dread to start with. Well, we know it's coming, and we'll hope for the best. So the Bear Child singles out the scarred tribune, the Red Grail, and the Forge and Moth for a special condemnation as murderers of the first gods. We live in the shadow of their crime, she writes, and we must evade it or repeat it. Also, oh no, I haven't cracked the Watchman's Glass yet, so I should be working on that. We are skilled in uncovering hidden ways. We'll probably find this hidden door, and Neville seals the deal. Again, back to Glover and Glover before I get fired, and we can talk with Madame Bichet about her commission. Fleeting reminiscence to get rid of or as a consequence of getting rid of the dread. We did get the Iron Spintrea, and again, that's completely independent of whatever lore that I used. So this is, in this case, we know that if we wind up with a standard commission, nothing special happens. We'll get a new one from Dr. Redeem. Again, that's not an argument against ignoring those kinds of commissions, because you still need to clear them out of the queue to do anything. But it does help me just prioritize, especially when, if I'm looking for a Silver Spintrea, let's say, it's just good to know those kinds of details. A way through the hidden door, faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. So for instance, here I'd want to do the substantial histories over the edge because I know that I've got 2 cracked Wildering mirrors. If this was very substantial, on the other hand, I will eventually crack the Watchman's Glass, but it doesn't have the same immediacy that the other commissions do. This means that Janning's commission gets put on hold, but then that's kind of how markets work. Alright, unsurprisingly, we wound up with a dread. So the Bear Child describes how the Grail drained the hour called Tide, how Moth usurped the wheel from within, stealing its skin, and how Forge first eclipsed, then shattered Flint. Perhaps these are glories, she observes, but then it cannot be that glory is merciful. So another recitation of lost hours, which we've got. Hang on, did I do this right? 10, 8, yep. So there's a side of me that says that maybe reading the Focus of Amber is the right move. Oh, no, we're getting Contentment, so... in this case, I'll read Medusa's Lament on the odd chance that there's another dread that comes up. The first part of the poem describes... Medusa's Lament, after translation, on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. Now, the last time we encountered the Seven Coils and its death, we did wind up with dread, so... I suspect this might be another dread-generating one, but I'm also kind of assuming the Focus of Amber could potentially generate fascination, as could a trip through the Peacock Door, so that's why I'm willing to be a little more risky with the dread at the moment. The first part of the poem describes the ambush of the Seven Coils by a warrior scarred all over by the traitor god, scarred even unto his eyes, so that the sight of the great coils would not destroy him. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, I will have to abandon the expedition. So again, we're on our way to the Creeping Breath Curse. We know that we're going to pass that, although we may need to get some influence to overcome the effects. Fiend's Commission. I'm alone, but there's peace in that also. Just trying to think. If I follow the back and forth pattern, it's still the Red Church that's going to have the lore. Or actually, no, it would be the Worm. No, Worm had it last time. Okay, let's try it. All right, well, Fascination, Dread, everything that I could have wanted. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. And of course, I can combine these two to deal with the problem. If we wind up with Dread, we've got the Contentment in reserve. Last night I visited the Red Church, where the Grail conducts its feasts. The light through the stained glass windows was of the spectra of red, and the names of the Grail labored to birth a new desire, which had until today no name at all. I'm sticky with the memory of it, and this morning everything I see is tinted ruby. The doors of vision swing wide, a little darkness will mellow my light, even dread has its uses. Is there anything I can be doing with talk right now? I could be repairing a mirror, so why am I not doing that? I guess to turn in with Dr. Adim, but that was a really dumb thing for me to do. The Red Grail's vigor will almost certainly preserve us from the curse. I'll still turn in with Adim because it does give me another Spintrea, so that's 2 rounds I can go with Valsine. But I really shouldn't have had that idol. Alright, well, as expected, there's the Dread. Oddly enough, though, I didn't anticipate the Contentment, so the Contentment isn't actually useful to me here. The battle rages on until the 7 coils drowns in its own blood, at which point the narrative turns mystical and elusive. A seven-titled goddess arises from the foam of its blood. She is an armored queen, a serpent daughter, a key, a healer, a murderess, an oracle, but her 7th title is not revealed. Formula Ophidian. Let's do the Focus of Amber. I think the hypothesis we were running under was that if we generated Dread, we would get a Fascination to drown it out. Although we do have a Season of Visions coming up, so maybe I want to cool it for now. This is so corny. We're just going to sit on the study until the Season of Vision starts, then we'll open up the Focus of Amber. Alright. Omar claims that the Hour called Watchman is both a god who was flesh, an Hour who was mortal, and a god from light, an Hour who descended from the glory, but adds finally that the Watchman's origin is triple, and that, in essence, he is Amber. Actually, I feel bad about keeping that Contentment. I'm going to let it expire. It is permissible inside the game. I mean, it's been known and they haven't patched it out, but... The funny thing is that if I wanted to use this Dread to get rid of the Fascination, what I could have done was just read the book right away and then let the Fascination get sucked up. The challenge now, of course, is that I've got a Season of Despair coming up, so if this doesn't generate Fascination... oh yeah, actually, yeah, I'm kind of screwed, so... Alright, well... Guess what? I lied. I am going to use it. Treasures lie before us. Our power was stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us, so we've spent enough money to get through. We just need to wait for the goodies. I don't think we have any notoriety right now. That will, of course, change... Oh, you know what? This might pass by. Yeah, I think we're actually going to escape the... I think we're going to escape the notoriety on this one, so that's a nice and unexpected bonus. The wind of Maya is a pettish wind. It tugs at our garments like a needy child. It tosses sand in our faces. It whines among the dust-choked stones. The desolation of the city is not quite absolute. There are pillars, arches, sand-blinded statues, and steps to nowhere. Damn it. Oh, come on. No, Porter's right. Felcine and Laidlaw are wrong. It did generate fascination. All right. The Watchman, according to Omar, was once another hour entirely who ascended into the glory to escape efforts by other hours to send him to nowhere. It may be that Omar's sense of persecution creeps into the narrative at this point. Certainly it grows less coherent, and the last part is devoted to attempts to prove that eyes, eggs, and the sun are all in some sense conjunct. So we have the mantra of ascent, which we didn't read yet. The Ascent of Knives is the bloodiest of the Watchman's tests. Those who pass it and are dead enter the service of the sun in rags. Those living who pass it are a little closer to the glory. Use this in a rite with a knock tool and a thrilling air, or other resources of equal power, to summon a hint from behind mirrors. I wonder if the hint was named so that when somebody would do a Google search for Cultist Simulator hints, you would wind up with something not helpful. All right. The manner in which the alchemist was spared. In 1782, Anel Verdier used this text as a basis for a presentation to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. He was executed in secret the following morning without trial. In the days when the Carapace Cross, when humanity lived in the dark and ate on its knees, humans could enter the manses like vermin. One learned of the arts of flint, the arts of shaping and remaking. So this might also generate fascination, but at least here, the fleeting reminiscence to generate, or to counteract it. So yeah, the funny thing is for all the cleverness I tried to do with the contentment, the better thing would have been for me to read the fascination book, because then the dread would have been sucked up next. Although I suppose in this case it wouldn't have been because of the dread event that comes up in here. I should have thought that through a little bit, but anyways, I'm safe for now. The actions have been taken, nothing I can do to change them. We find relics in an abandoned chamber, which might equally have been a cellar or a shrine. The walls are cracked and the sand is poured through. When we return to the surface, the wind is rising. It almost tugs us from our feet. Perhaps it misses us. So, good work to everyone involved. Definitely running out in terms of the Callagine and the Raw Prophet. So we'll try the Wreck of the Crystable. I suspect those are going to be the last missions that those two go on. But we'll use them as much as we can. More Watchworms. Nice to have a collection. And more of the Holiest Timolib. So again, all stuff we've had before, but it's all pretty useful. So that's not a bad haul. But we knew that Maya was just sort of punting because we were never going to go back to it. At this point, let's go to the Wreck of the Crystable. We have enough money. The question is whether or not we have the power to get to go through. And I may not see this through to the end because I'm already an hour and a half past what I was planning on doing. But I did get at least a little bit of what I had planned before midnight done. So I haven't had dinner yet, though. So I am probably about 12 Grail influence at this point. At least the smell of the meat pie is gone, but obviously, it is not a hot dinner anymore. Storms have listed the Crystable from the sea to lay it on a reef, but a wreck with such a sad end will carry a curse, and the beast that once loved it remains there still. Now, we don't know if this is a beast that will respond to knock. So there are all sorts of problems that are going to be coming up on this one. Okay, commission time. Oh, hang on. I probably should have turned in this commission a lot earlier. Receive the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So Jannings is getting his job done. We'll talk to Bichet, and then we'll get Velsine to work on some... Where did my edge followers go? Clearly they got knocked somewhere. Ah. And she would like a very substantial commission on Moth, so a little annoyed that I did Jennings, but that's what I get for not being on top of the rotations. So, oh, and I also have a fresh Wildering Mirror, so I don't know what I'm doing waiting for these things. Okay, so, this is actually not as bad as I thought it was, excuse me. This is not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I suspect we're going to need knock for the... If it's a serpent, then it's knock. The Western Sea. Most of these islands are well known to the histories, but our destination lies in wild, uncharted reaches. We'll need heart or forge to survive. So there's an argument for bringing in some heart because it looks like we're up against a creeping breath curse. Although we have Grail, so that neutralizes that. Younger sister. The mother of ants was born among serpents. She has so very many younger sisters. It can be defeated in battle, or it will respond to a mother's power. So we already have Forge, and seeing as this will already accept Grail, really we want to get Knock inside here. So we'll add Enid on the expedition to begin with. Again, this is about making sure that I have at least one of each type of influence that or aspect that's going to be solving my problems first, and then dealing with them as they go by. Of course, if you get it wrong and you wind up, if you wind up missing out the money, you wind up in a lot of trouble. But this is the way that I can get by with preserving my summons, and it's actually worked out rather well. It turns out that Moth and Grail is a fairly strong combination to run with. Moth, Forge, and Grail. Through the black, the yellow, and the red, the unwise mortal ascended to the shadow of the egg, the egg unhatching, and remained in his service. He may be there to this day. And we have the mysteries of making. The Forge of Days, the Menascate, and the Madrigard are gods from light. Mercury, silver, and gold are the seeds of the work, and here is their secret doctrine. Use this in a rite with consecrated lintel and a little refulgen, or other resources of equal power, to summon King Crucible. Of course, we've got the Fascination. We don't have a Season of Visions coming up, but we do have a chance for Composure. And we're out of books again, so Forbidden Epic, Erudition, and Glimmering. So yes, I will be able to move them up, but only after I get Glimmering. So I don't know if you guys just heard that, but my stomach is saying, you've gone too long. So I'll try and get through to the end of the expedition, but... You can't believe the game gets this advanced? Flobe, long time no see. Great to see you. Yeah, this is getting reasonably close to the end. Now, I guess you didn't get to see the new Exile DLC, because the Exile DLC completely changes everything. You're basically on the run from a very powerful former employer. And it's one where this one we wind up sort of building up a lot of resources towards our goal. That one, if you stay put, if you try and grind out like the main game, that's a kind of a recipe for disaster. Oh yeah, this is making everything organized, making the board properly organized is one of the joys of the game. Although I do need, actually, you know what? While you're here, I was gonna wrap up reasonably soon, but let's extend the enjoyment a little bit, and I'm going to properly organize my tools. So these are the consumables, but I believe Edge was... Oh no, I did it the other way around, so Knock was correct. So the Geminiad is the weakest. Okay, then we move up. So these are the strongest. I think the Whispering Amulet, yeah, that's a weak one. Dappled Mask should be higher. There we go. And I'm going to make it, so this is sort of the paint. So this is weakest to strongest, and this will be... Oh yeah, no, so the strongest will be sort of at the edges of the lineup. I believe this is also correct. This is sort of correct. It's just some of these are cracked, so I'm going to leave it in this form. watchworms are more powerful than wolfstone. I think the bone flute might be a little bit less than the manacles, though. Alright. Perfect. Now it's organized. I guess technically the Atlas of Dreams is a tool. I could probably summon Teresa with that. Actually, I think I only need the Paradoxical Curio now that I think of it. But all right, the Sailor's Strength. We are practical souls, strong in forge. Will probably be fine. Well, Laidlaw will ensure it. Our forge skills represent plenty of expertise. We'll almost certainly make it through. Oh, and I could probably stand to go to work. By the way, Flo, I haven't talked about your stream right away, but are you still streaming? Because I don't think I've seen you online for a while, but then my hours have also been a bit different due to work from home, so this might just mean that I haven't seen you for a bit. I know I originally found you through Cultist Simulator and putting your best efforts towards it, but I know you also tended to do a lot more Fortnite, but I don't know what you've been up to lately. How have you been? My follower needs a bond Sprintrea or better to complete their task. Haven't streamed since the last year after your graphics. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I know mine died, but I had some money set aside for that very eventuality. I was waiting for this generation of cards to come out, but obviously if my graphics card dies, I kind of need the replacement, so I was a bit lucky in the sense that it had... So nobody wants their graphics card to die, but given the fact that I had already set aside the money for a replacement, it just pushed the replacement decision up early, which I figure if you're going to have something bad like that happen, obviously having that happen at a time when you have the wherewithal to deal with it. But that really sucks that you're not able to stream because of that. History is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. You've been thinking about getting back into it, though. I just haven't felt the super urge. Yeah, it's a tough one, especially because, obviously, like, this is the challenge that I run into with it as a hobby, is that I would not want... So, for any other hobby, I would not want to put the time that I put into streaming, But the catch is that I know that if I don't put the time that I do into, then the channel effectively dies. And so the decision to stream implies a decision to stream for a certain number of hours. Otherwise, the way that I stream will just be totally different. So, revealed preferences. I'm here. I've decided to stream. But with that in mind, knowing that there's sort of this cliff that if you stay away for a long enough time, it's kind of like starting from scratch again. Not always, but for some people it is. Once you get out of the habit of streaming regularly, it's a little bit harder to rebuild it, because in the end, there's simply better things you can do with your time. I'd love to do a lot more reading than I do. I'd like to play a lot more games than I actually do. I mean, obviously, the time I spend playing games on stream is time that I take away from playing games for pure enjoyment, which is not to imply that I don't enjoy the games I play on stream. It's just a different activity. So I definitely appreciate the dilemma you're talking about. Yeah, well, this is just it. Like, if you're a name, and particularly if it's sort of an involuntary separation, and you can turn it into this big event that you're returning, as opposed to, sort of this, some kind of an accidental event that gets in the way. It's a little bit harder to build the momentum that other people do. I should be going through the Peacock door. Also, I think I should have turned in that commission before anything, but like I said, I'm getting tired. Okay, so this will pay off in the form of Spintrea, We may wind up getting an old and happy far off things as a result of it, but I mean that's the risk you run with that. Every time I bring the Callagine in on a mission, it's the same deal. So Wisdom is a country, and these are its maps. Solve all the challenges on both fragments of lore to complete the research task. Now, the erudition had better come up first, otherwise I'm in trouble. The serpent is long enough to coil around a cottage. Its fangs glisten like ice. Probably it will respect the power we bear, and we bring our secret weapon, Neville. The serpent's mouth is large enough to crouch in. Its tongue is the thickness of a man's shoulders, but it will almost certainly respect the power we bear. Okay, erudition it is. So I'll need to deal with the affliction, but at this point... Actually, because I had a bit of a dry spell on the commissions, I might be able to get away with something else. I really don't know if I want to do the Red Church or the War Museum. I'll try the Red Church. Wrong call. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. Like I said, lost track of everything, so. Each of the stained glass windows of the Red Church is devoted to a distinct appetite, and the scenes they show are from life. Last night, in one of the uglier windows, I saw the appetites of a certain public figure satisfied in private. I know he won't want this information made public. Perhaps he will show me some consideration. Of course, we don't need to worry too much because the tentative evidence has only got 20 seconds left and there's no season of suspicion coming up, so... I don't believe I have the... Nope, I do have the materials to be able to go through the Peacock door again, so... Oh, I need a silver spintrea to repair the mirror. Well, there's the old unhappy far-off things I was mentioning. It's not obvious how I'm going to get the contentment to deal with it, but I say that every time, and we always wind up with a way out. So, but I do have a bunch of commissions to turn in when the time comes. It lowers its great head. Moisture seeps from its lidless eyes. Is it weeping? Does it remember it? What does it remember of its eldest sister, whose power we call upon? The expedition continues, so now we only need to worry about the creeping breath curse. This means Rhaenyra comes in. The mirror is repaired. It shines again as it did once before. Now, let's turn in these commissions before I forget again. So I definitely don't have painting as an option. Given the fact that I'm doing a commission right now. Oh, come on. Or am I doing Glover? No, I'm doing Glover and Glover right now, so maybe... I can get a commission from Dr. Redeem, but it might be an idea for me to just paint away the restlessness, and then I don't need to worry so much. And then, of course, that gives me the... that gives me a reason to pay for the medicine for the affliction. Alright, so I've got my silver spintrea, so that lets me use the Watchman's glass when I'm ready. More mystique. We'll put the favor from authority beside the detective. Again, we'll talk to Jannings first because I want the countdown to start immediately. Intuition challenge, so we'll have the glimmering there. So once we start working the unresolved ambiguities and the Vagabond's maps, I'm definitely going to need to have the new headquarters, but we're finishing our last expedition, so that gives me a really great opportunity to blow up any notoriety that we earn by moving to Moreland's shop, and of course Moreland's shop is going to give me a lot more opportunities in terms of research. So that balances out perfectly. There's the erudition. And now we can talk with Dr. Dean. So it was... Okay, so if I'm still believing this story that it goes between War Museum and the Red Church, because it was in the War Museum last, it would be in the Red Church. I suspect here this becomes Fascination, though. Nope, but it is an Incardinance, so maybe Azim, but I don't know. I feel like there's other stuff to deal with first. When one dreams of the Red Church, one hears the voices of the Grail's names, the Thirstleys and the Ivories and the Lovelies and the rest. Not all the Impausi are women, they might be heard to say. The hungers of women run no deeper than the hungers of men, but a mother is never far from her child at its birth. That is not always true of a father. Come closer and we'll show you what we mean. So I still have a way to the Peacock Door, but at this point I think I'm just going to deal with my affliction. Sorry, I was just about to sneeze again. The Red Grail's Vigor will almost certainly preserve us from the curse. So here, it's just the curse that we need to deal with. No more money needed. Rhaenyra's a Cyprian. We've got 19 Grail, so there's nothing else we can do to improve that. At this point, I'm just going to wait for work to finish so I can paint away my restlessness. It's a standard commission on lanterns, so I'm losing nothing by painting instead of doing commissions. And yeah, I mean, I could try and summon Azim with the Incardinance, but I don't really see what that gets me at the moment, especially because I'm not going on expeditions. Plus, I have a bunch of reputation I can burn. The curse clings. There is a price to be paid when one trespasses in a place like this. Someday soon, the curse will tighten around us. Well, like I said, that's never guaranteed, so this will get interesting. I should have been getting Valsine to do some repairs while I was... Oh, wait a minute, I can't because... Okay, well, technically I could use the Silver Spintrea. I'm not going to, though. Alright, so, Dormant Creeping Breath Curse. The Creeping Breath Curse has not yet come due. I don't remember what I need to cure it as well. So this is going to get a little scary. Alright. For Dream, what do I want to do now? So the funny thing is that really there's no advantage to me hanging on to the Silver Spintrea. You can, like the Wild Ring Mirror, I'm getting either access to the Peacock Door sooner or I'm getting it later. And if I don't spend it now, I'm getting it later. But I really hate the idea of overpaying for services, occult services. So I'm a man of principle. I'm going to stick with it. As for the rest, we will go through the Peacock Door using the Watchman's Glass. Something special, it may provoke a reaction. Alright, my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly, and surely someone will buy something. So, of course, the Suppression Bureau is going to be hot on my heels with the notoriety, but... Actually, we didn't generate any new ones, nor did we generate any staleness. Interesting. Gotta go to work. So a couple of things I'll do in the meantime. I would like to try and paint a lantern and a moth painting when I can. I don't believe I'll be able to paint a knock one, though. I've increased my knowledge of the secret histories behind the one we know. So at some point I'm going to turn these unresolved ambiguities into Vagabond's maps, but I can't do that until I transfer headquarters, so we'll wait on what we've currently got. Closed eye. The ship still stinks of the sea. A sluggish octopus crawls from our lamplight. The timbers are half coral. Where are the bodies of the crew? Only one survivor was recorded. Did the serpent devour the rest? Okay, do I want to do anything with Tom? Well, we can get the commissions from Bechet and Jannings, at least. Alright, so Worm Museum after that. The Vagabond is the 1 hour who can never enter the Mantis, but she goes everywhere else, and if you believe her boasts, she's the only one who knows all the histories. Sometimes she lets someone record her travels. So when I have the library, I think I'm going to combine these two Vagabonds maps first. Obviously, the unofficial rule for myself of keeping one of each type of lore doesn't mean I can't sort of go into debt. I'm going to have enough to be able to upgrade Vagabonds maps. So I'll deal with these first, then we'll move the unresolved ambiguities up, and we'll deal with the rest. I saw the Red Church again last night, with its pews of bone, the stained glass, and the shades of ruby, and the golden altar that beats like a heart. That night, the names of the Grail gathered to speak of those long who'd sworn off the pleasures of the bedchamber, say between a man and a man, or a woman and a woman. They still pay the tribute of delight, an ivory said. They do not bear fruit, a lovely said. If Forge and Sun had only joined, a thirstily lamented. Then they fell to gossiping of the long in the house of Leith and their deeds in the desert. I remember it still. So, Bichet would like a substantial Grail commission. That's going to mean Bronze Spintrea, which means I can repair the mirrors. Jannings, I'll find out in 10 seconds what he wants. A closed eye. We found the captain's cabin. The logbook is here, but its pages are a mass of salt-caked pulp. Someone has scratched a closed eye symbol on the desk where it was chained. Beneath the symbol was a hidden drawer in the desk, which we can wrench open to loot its treasures. So, good job, Rhaenyra. I'm not too worried about this notoriety because we're going to switch locations soon. Good work, Neville. Good work, Laidlaw. Good work, Enid. Good work, Raw Prophet. Good work, Callaghan. And we have the Book of the Extinguished Heart, a book of melancholy prophecy, written in Deep Mandiac. Writhing Call. I thought we already had one of these. Oh right, I think I used it in a ritual. Anyways, lay your hand on these tattered folds and feel their warmth. Leave your hand upon it, and it will explore the possibilities of embrace. The Book of the White Cat, stories brought to Penelope of Gordian by a blind white cat in Frisian. And the Blessed Frangiclave. So, for those of you that don't know about this wonderful device, there are keys that open doors, and there are keys that destroy them. You can only have one of these, but this is the reason you want the Port Noon anecdotes, because once you get the Frangiclave, the Peacock's door is quite a bit easier to open. In fact, let me show you, because I'm kind of done for tonight, but this will be a fun one to finish on, I think. So, Peacock's door. In my dreams I know my way through the glass garden to the Peacock's door, the most admirable of doors, the door which shines like a mirror. Perhaps with the right resources I can pass it. So you've got your ascent. The Peacock door does not open exactly. So there's a bunch of hints which suggest, why you'd want to have a mirror in front of it. In fact, I think it might have used to have a hint about the mirror as well. But again, Frangiclave says, there are keys that open doors, there are keys that destroy them. You don't need to worry about cracking the mirror anymore. A tuning fork hum animates the key in my hand. The Peacock door groans in response. Already a sensuous shiver ripples its surface. It aches for fracture, and when it finds that satisfaction, I will enter. And the Frangiclave does not get broken when you use it. So now I don't need to worry so much about the Spintrea. In the meantime, I can't use my exploration. I can't use my study with the Vagabond's map yet. I need to change locations. I need to wait for the commission before I go further. We're going to have the Raw Prophet and Callaghan have a conversation to preserve them. Here's what he needs, another substantial commission. So we just need one more of those to be able to repair the cracked Wilding Mirror. And then let's go. So we could move our base of operations here if we so choose. So we're going to go to Moreland's shop. Again, the reason for this is when I take a look at the Vagabond's map, if I want to be able to upgrade that lore, I need illumination, which I can get through fascination, which might breed. So fascination is one of these things that can potentially end my game. Breeding fascination, getting 2 fascination for the price of 1 does not strike me as the sort of thing I want to be doing when I'm close to finishing. Or I could use library or the rarefied mind skill. Now I already have a silent intensity, so rarefied mind is not an option available to me. This means that the library is the safest bet. Next up, requires knowledge. To upgrade Subvert this fragment, you need erudition or an HQ with a library. Well, erudition is not that hard for me to get. I just need to study with a reason, and I have it. I also get erudition through completing commissions, so that's not that hard. Finally, intuition. With time and peace, answers sometimes come unannounced. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you'll need glimmerings or an HQ with a sanctuary. Again, glimmerings are not that hard to get. It's passion and study, or it's something that I get through doing a commission. So essentially, once I have the library down, I'm able to, in the worst case scenario, I spend 120 seconds reading sentimental literature and newspapers so that I can get my glimmering and my erudition, and then I'm able to use the library to turn the Vagabond's map into a Port Noon anecdote. So this is the reason why we're doing that headquarters. There's a bunch of other places. Yeah, any of these locations you'll be able to turn into headquarters as well, but I'm specifically choosing Moorlands for this reason. Then again, this might invite the question, well, how do you know it becomes a library? I'm like, it's a bookstore. Like, what do you think it's going to give? I'll let you guess which one's the sanctuary, Sometimes just experimenting is the way you can find this stuff too. So, move our organization's headquarters to a new location. This will permanently relocate your headquarters. No return is possible. It can reduce notoriety. So, this also has the nice side effect of the fact that there's no evidence against us already. So we're also in good shape there. I'm actually gonna sort of I'm gonna say you only YOLO once. Actually, I'm going to give it a few more seconds. I'm going to do reason while I'm waiting here, because I've got some glimmering set aside, so I'll actually be able to use the library right away. And then let's get that substantial Grail commission done. Unless we have a season of... Nope. So yeah, I'm not going to trust this erudition to last long enough. In turn, I'll just let my regular study run by. By then we'll have relocated, and then I can combine the 2 Vagabonds map without as much trouble. And then we'll probably call it for the night, because we're now at a 5-hour mark, which is not normally how I like to spend streaming, although clearly in the case of Cultist Simulator, I've gone that long in the past. And the Creeping Breath Curse remains dormant. Okay, so I think I said the Worm Museum was going to be the most likely place it would come if it does. Of course, we might get Dread. Well, we wind up with a perfect Frost instead. The world is still as ice. Each movement is a journey. Last night I visited the Worm Museum, which is both within the Mansis for security and without for safety. The Hours have charged the Colonel with its defense, and even the Lionsmith does not challenge him here. Winter is the chiefest aspect of this place. The worms thrive where things end, but they can also be ended, and they must if the Mansis is to endure. This morning, a chilly certainty of the Colonel's hand still lies on my shoulder. So as you can see, the Frangiclave has not been damaged, and so I can basically go through the Peacock door whenever I want now. No address is really ever permanent. Like our bodies, we leave them all in the end. But for now, this is home. Nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. So here I'm just going to keep talking with the Callagine and the Wrong Prophet. Eventually they're going to expire, but The longer I can hang on to them, the better. And I actually don't have anything to do with the explore verb right now. So, as promised, although this glimmering's going to go away too soon, so we'll read the passion instead. Now, turning into Jannings is going to be a little complicated because I have these two talking to each other. But I am somewhat close to getting another Port Noon location, so I'm going to try and make an effort to hang on to them. It'll be a little inconvenient to get them back if it does turn out that, or if I do lose one. Obviously, it's the Callagine that goes first. I've seen too much. A nameless, gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes and existential horror. I dreamt last night of the Worm Museum. The hours have sent wards about it and warnings before it, but they have left it open to mortal adepts who can prove themselves by reaching it. Perhaps they hope to inspire revulsion against the things that bred in the corpse of the sun. Those things are here still, always dying, never dead. They came from nowhere, the warnings say, and if they complete their work, the Mantis will be nowhere one day. So here we're going to pay to go to the Ecdysis Club. The entrance is lost beneath the soft drapes of crimson cinnabar and intercardinate. Above the door, the club motto, Ingi rum imus noctean consumi mur igni. It has been rendered as, into the night's circle we fly, until the fire enjoys us. In tonight's performance, Amethyst, a nut-wielding hunter, pursues a veil-winged woman through a murmuring maze of leaf-clad dancers. Each movement is underwater slow. So I'm going to try something here. So I've got Dread. I have a limited number of ways that I'll generate notoriety. And so we're currently working at Glover & Glover. I'm now going to employ Passion to try and advance even further. I'm not going to go through the Peacock Door again because I've got some Fascination that I'm going to be able to combine with the Dread to get rid of that. Afterwards, we might consider the next step, but nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. Again. Oh, actually, I should have turned in the commission. I don't know what I was thinking. The lights go down very gradually as the performance ends. There is no applause. We each drift into the street, alone with our dreams. So normally I'd use Contentment to get rid of Dread, but I can combine the Fascination and the Dread to get rid of the two problems at once. And again, that was completely my blunder not to turn in with Jannings. Normally I want that cooldown being worked on as soon as possible. Finally, this will probably be the last act. We will combine the two Vagabonds maps so I can take advantage of my new location. The lesser elements of Miss Moreland's stock yet remain. Over time, strangers drift in with books to sell, and sometimes we indulge them. History is less certain than we are taught. I can learn from the study of its blurred edges. My son, the elder Glover confides, was a dear boy, but he did lack ambition. You, on the other hand, burn with it. I see myself in you. Do you know that? Well, I think we can find you a place on the board of directors. So I've got the board seat at Glover & Glover. The younger Glover's disappearance left a board seat empty. I now occupy it. If you don't attend this job regularly, you might suffer a demotion. So, and the hours of the working day wait in ranks before me. I might just go home after lunch. So if I generate a notoriety, this job becomes a problem. My high position now affords me some protection against scandal, but if the firm grows too concerned, I may be dismissed. So in this case here, I kind of decide where I'm going to be generating notoriety. So as long as I'm careful with when I generate the notoriety, and as long as I'm careful about getting rid of it on time, I can generate a lot of money on the board at very... Like in this case, you can see here, right? It's 33 seconds. I can do basically whatever I want in that intervening time. And I will. Okay, so the Creeping Breast Curse begins with a cough that loiters in one's throat like a debt collector. I might lose this erudition before I can use it. So we're going to have a chat with Jannings before we go to... Wait a minute. Wrong owner. I'm going to send the Callagine out on an expedition just to preserve them. And for Dream, I think I'm actually going to go through the Peacock door. Or I probably should have paid for the health. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So it's nice that I got the glimmering. I was kind of hoping for erudition just in case. Okay. So provide erudition or use a library. Definitely not using the library. Not hiring the hireling either. So we'll talk with the raw prophet just to keep it around. And again, this is just because I'm really close to getting that Port Noon anecdote. If Glover and Glover had a heart, it would be the accounts department, where money flows like tides of spring. Its limbs would be its brisk, hushed administrators and clerks. But I sit with the other directors at the peak of its skull, safe for now from scandal and financial concerns. So 4 funds a turn is definitely nice. I mean, one way of working with the board seat on Glover and Glover is just you get as much money as you possibly can while you're there. And then if scandal overtakes you, you've got enough of a nest egg to kind of carry the day. I'm not going to do that though. I have other plans. So we'll take the substantial heart commission. If I'm lucky, I'll wind up with some vitality for my efforts, but I won't bank on it. Hey, Irrepressible 32 Tal. Need the escapism before bed. Understandable. I will confess, I'm actually well past the time I was going to finish, so it might only be a little bit of escapism, but I'll do as much as I can while still. I haven't had dinner yet, so going 2 and some hours past my normal time is something that's heightening the Grail intensity. Okay. Curse has taken hold, now the life pulse slows. The curse is no ordinary sickness, but with enough heart influence, it will be possible to turn it aside. Oh, good lord. So heart influence is actually something that comes through the spider door. How much heart influence do I need? 10th order. Or 15th order. Take what you can get in the US today. Save us, Canada. So what, do you guys mind if I ask what happened in the States recently? I didn't follow the news too much today, so it might be something that happened earlier that I'm only just learning right now, but I've had a couple of people saying that some stuff is going on. So is there a particular event that I'm missing out? Sorry I know you guys asked for escapism, so if you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. But I just wanted to double check, is there something I need to know about? Oh, I was supposed to do yeah, that's on me. Fortunately, I have a fleeting reminiscence, so. This turned out rather well. Okay, we have an intuition challenge up next, so that's fine. And now we can get the Callagine and the Raw Prophet to be talking. Okay, so as anticipated, we wound up with the Vitality. I'm still going to need to use it in Dream, but we're okay on that front. Now the tricky part is, I'm not entirely sure if I get notoriety for spiking the pawn. For now, we'll just go to we'll do a standard work at Glover and Glover. So I'm gonna have to wait a little while before I try and go through the spider door, but Oh, a last chat. Okay, well, this is, yeah, this is too much. Or this is already going to hit me, so. There's the decrepitude. All right, each breath we take in this life is weaker than the last until we come to the final breath of all. This process is so slow as to be imperceptible until one is touched by the creeping breath curse. Some wounds never quite heal. Untreated injuries and hunger become decrepitude, which does not return to health. Decrepitude remains until you die. Technically it doesn't, actually, but... Alright. We'll decide whether or not we want to keep the old wound. Oh, and I get my dread immediately afterwards. Trying to be neutral, a black man was shot in the back by police in Kenosha, Wisconsin, which has resulted in protests, riots, and violent confrontations, including 2 more killings by a 17-year-old last night. Almost all professional sports canceled events and protests, and for good measure, California is on fire and Louisiana is about to get hit by a huge current. Okay, yes, then... I just... Obviously, that is not to minimize what happened. But I wasn't sure if there was something... Because people were mentioning tonight, you know, I was curious if there was something on top of those events. But yeah, it is... It's bad. It's also a very tricky one from a streaming point of view, right? Because I don't necessarily think the whole... Like... So I definitely hold a very sincere belief that streamers probably are not the people you should be listening to on a lot of issues. And I don't like the fact that a lot of people seem to think that that's, you know, that you should be listening. You know, these are, I don't know, people you should be looking for moral guidance or whatever from. On the other hand, I don't think staying quiet is necessarily the right response either. So it's a tough line to step, right? I don't want not saying anything to be perceived as indifference. But on the other hand, I do also think there's a question in terms of whether, you know, when it's appropriate to say something, whether or not you have anything substantial to say. And, oh, sorry, just a second. Clever. Okay, same text as last time. Sorry, I'm trying not to dodge the topic, but yeah. In addition to your being parasocial best friend, I would also like you to teach me morality. Yeah. Well, that's just it. Like I think it's important to talk about this. I mean, so like one of the most depressing things since 2016 for me has been I've been quite into politics, but into the boring parts of politics. So like I've served on riding associations, I've knocked door to door for political parties. I've been paid to do it. I've done it for political parties I don't agree with. Suffice to say, like I have, you know, I've been involved, and to a certain extent, it's very hard to get people into politics. Which is a shame because I think it's important. And, you know, particularly at the very local level, like things like whether or not you can pay your bills with a credit card, you know, the ability to do so if you can't is actually a really big improvement to your day-to-day life. And ignoring that, like, you know, local politics in particular never forms it's never the sort of thing that you get a big, you know, you're never going to see that sort of on the front page every day. But like I said, it's important, and it's something that it probably has some of the most outsized influence on your day-to-day life. And obviously that's changed. But the problem is it's not changed in a good way. When you run into someone now who says that they're political, or, you know, there's no shortage of people who are quote unquote into politics, but it's, you know, it's this very angry or very, you know, it's just another way to yell at people on Twitter or something like that. And that's a shame too, because it distracts from otherwise very important issues that probably should be talked about. And then of course there's the simple matters of, you know, right and wrong, the cases of people being hurt, people being attacked, people not being treated the same as you would expect inside of a a society like we live in. Those ones I don't even necessarily see as inherent. Look, so it's tricky because, of course, when you have conversations like this, political takes on a whole bunch of different meanings. But sometimes those really are just moral questions. They're not really ones, and obviously issues between ethics and politics line up, right? If ethics is sort of about how you live the best life, generally the politics will be how a society structures itself in such a way that people can live the best life. So there's a lot of overlap between the two. But I suppose in a different time, my expectation would have been that those right and wrong questions are not necessarily the ones that you would necessarily have to associate with a given political party. My belief, independent of a given politician, would be that the people who vote, so like in Canada, I find it very hard to have a lot of sympathy with the Conservative Party. I have worked for Conservative candidates, conservative in political leanings, not members of that particular political party, although I suspect probably they did vote Conservative, but it was in a local election for one of them and a provincial for the other. I think the people who vote for that party care about other people's well-being. And generally when they vote for particular candidates, they're voting for people who they think are going to do the best job politically, making the laws, ensuring certain stuff gets done. But it's also very true that individual politicians, I wouldn't necessarily line up, or I wouldn't put an expectation, or I wouldn't assume them to make the right, moral choice. And I think drawing that distinction between a voter and the elected representatives, or people who are aspiring towards elective office, is an important one. And I mean, again, that's where you get to the difference between talking about individual issues and what party you think is necessarily going to bring in that particular vision. Material may not make good streaming conversation, but you think the tenor in the US reflects that both/all sides via a significant inflection point around this election. If it goes one way or the other, it may be unlikely for the other party takes significant power for some time. I think that is true. So, I mean, the worst case scenario, I don't think anybody really wants to hear this, but having done some research on this sort of stuff, it's the second terms where people with authoritarian tendencies start to do the really scary stuff, which is why, I mean, if you guys have a problem with me saying this, you're going to get mad at me saying something otherwise. I don't exactly want to see the incumbent win this election. I do not want to see Donald Trump be president the second time around. I'm not an American. I can't vote in that election. It's up to the United States to decide. My preference would be that he doesn't go through, independent of what people think of the other one, because I think there's been enough evidence here that re-election will lead to a set of a set of policies that will really put the United States on a path that is very hard to get out of. These are the sorts of things that you're seeing in Poland and Turkey, that Russia's already done, Hungary. It's always the second term where that sort of stuff goes through, because the test has already been done, that they've been able to get away with it, and so this is where you're really able to bring in some changes which are hard to undo. And actually, there's a rather good book on this. Not this specific thing that I said, but if you guys are interested in this stuff, Darren Acemoglu and Jim Robinson put out a book called The Narrow Corridor, which I think does a rather good study of these sorts of things. I think on the other hand, the idea, I mean, I think a lot of people were thinking that after George W. Bush, or maybe even after the Romney defeat, there was this idea that, there would be a reckoning with the more extreme elements inside the Republican Party, and that doesn't seem to have happened. So, I definitely can't predict what's going to happen. But I'm not so convinced. I mean, even even the 2016 election, the Republicans had all, had House of Representatives, had the Senate, had the executive, but 2 years later, at least one of those flips. So it's not. It always feels really big. And it is. It's obviously a big election. But the idea that, somebody gets wiped out and they never come back, even 2 years can sometimes be a very long time. And also, of course, there are the longer term appointments and whatnot. So. Yeah, it's a tricky. It's an unpleasant topic to come out, to talk about. It's one that people tend to get very upset talking about. It's a shame. I mean, I've tried to say things that I believe and I think can be backed up with a certain degree of reading and a little bit of research. Whether or not somebody agrees with the point of view is, another matter. I don't feel that everybody has to agree with me on something. But sometimes people come to streams not to hear that sort of stuff. So I sort of understand why people don't want to hear about it too. Yeah, I mean, and that's a hard one to predict, irrepressible 32 Tal, but I think there's enough to say, I think there's a difference between, I really wish I could have gone to Glover and Glover because I was worried about the notoriety from the Ecdysis Club. I'll try and come up, I'll put a little bit longer in, but I really need to go. I just don't want to leave it on that one. On this point. Obviously, you've gone past the stuff that you were originally talking about. It's hard to predict what happens. I think saying that you want a particular outcome for an election does not immediately imply that you necessarily want to see the entire platform of a political party to be immediately adopted in a country. Like, my personal belief about politics is that politicians exist to disappoint people because they're the ones who need to bring consensus. They're the people who need to forge an agreement between the different sides. And so inevitably, especially when we're at a time where everybody seems to feel that there just has to be this purity for every single one of their candidates, the fact of the matter is that if you think that the only acceptable candidate is someone who will implement every single thing that you want and will never do something that you disagree with, chances are that you're not very committed to the democratic ideal. What you're effectively looking for is a dictatorship, as long as it is something that's more aligned with your political views. So my general view is that politicians really should be you probably should be disappointing us a lot more, because it means that they are able to forge some kind of a consensus with the people that we disagree with, which of course means that we're in a functioning society that's capable of working together to some greater good. And so with that in mind, that's essentially the reason why I want to see the outcome that it does, that I do. I mean, there are other things about certain candidates that I like and whatnot, but look, this is not my place to tell people how to vote. But that's not the conversation you hear very often. What you'll hear is, oh, but if this person comes in, then X, Y, and Z happen. And I'm like, well, no. Or oh, if you vote for this person, then what you're voting for is X, Y, and Z. It's like, well, no. my intentions are my own, and, you know, you can say that I think this, but I know the contents of my own head, and you're not able to go in and plant that, so... But yeah, it's a tricky one. And I mean, I think the biggest problem is that when it comes to, you know, you were talking about the protests, and particularly the, you know, the fact that people are being shot. The biggest thing that I can say about that one is that it is hard not to take a stance on it. You know, if anybody doubts my position, like, it is very clearly wrong that people, you know, that people are being shot, people are being abused. There's very clearly a problem with policing, and not just in the United States, it's a problem in Canada as well. When it gets to conversations along the lines of things like defund the police, this becomes a lot more complicated, because if you listen to someone who says defund the police, you've got a group of people saying that there is a set of tasks that the police are not properly equipped for, and that the money that's going towards law enforcement there should be redirected towards these other tasks that are better suited. Well, that's a cost-benefit analysis question. That doesn't really strike me as the sort of thing that people should be getting into fights over, because, you know, there is a correct answer to that. Either we are getting what we're paying for, or we're not. And if we're not getting what we're paying for, we should be redirecting the money towards something that we are. If we can demonstrate that this is actually the outcome that we want, then we shouldn't be redirecting it. If, on the other hand, the proposition is that, you know, I'll take the caricature example of it and say, you know, we should not have police forces, something that I haven't actually heard anyone propose, by the way. Then, you know, surely you can, you know, you don't really need to get into a big argument over that. Or at least, you know, the temperature of that argument should be a lot lower than what it really is. Because it seems to me that has, like, there are some fairly clear examples that you could give in terms of why that may not be as workable, or at least, at the very least, the person proposing something like that should be able to demonstrate why that is the better way to go. But on the very simple matter of, you know, how people are being treated, and the responses from law enforcement in some of these cases, you know, it's appalling, right? Nobody can look at what's been happening to people and say that everything about this is okay. And so, you know, I think one of the most important things, though, for people who maybe are a little bit more conservative, or maybe a little bit less, people who don't immediately think like I do, or who necessarily think the way, you know, my particular circle of friends might think. This is why I follow people who I don't always agree with on Twitter, because I like to hear the other side of the argument. I think there is a difference between being annoyed by the way people are talking to you and having a, you know, sort of this reflective equilibrium, being able to say, here is what I'm witnessing. Do I think this is a good or bad thing? And, you know, am I indifferent to what's occurred? I think it's fair to say most people are not indifferent to what's going on. That's maybe different from prescribing a solution. But there's probably also a little more common ground than I think people are willing to accept. Like, as soon as if you get away from saying is like, you know, I don't care what party you vote for, I don't really care what you're looking at here. In this particular case, you know, were the police justified in their action? Or was, you know, should this individual have died because they were attending a protest, or, you know, in any one of these situations here, and focusing on that individually, I'd like to think people are reasonable, and you can you can have a conversation. And at that point, then you start really getting at the issues why people might be more resistant. But as soon as you start shouting at someone, right, you didn't think the way that I did, and so, I'm unfollowing you. Well, what do you think the result of that is going to be? Like, is somebody going to say, oh, gee, my follower count went down by 1. I'm gonna have to rethink the way I think about this. I just don't find that convincing. I don't know what argument's being made if somebody says, if you disagree with me, I'm unfollowing you. But I will say, like, for someone who maybe doesn't feel badly about some of these issues, like there is a certain point where you want to just reflect on your own humanity and to think about, it's tough, right? There's a lot of sadness in the world. There's a lot of things that are demanding your attention. But I do think these issues are serious enough that if you have enough time to be watching Twitch, if you have enough time to be watching a YouTube video, you probably want to at least reflect what's happening in the world and to understand why you think what you do and why you feel the way you do on it. And if you say that you're indifferent, it's not my place to tell people what to think. But if you are going to be reacting with something like that in indifference, it'd be great to have a reason why. Anyways, I did kind of threaten that I was going to... I'll jump back into the game really quickly because I was going to wrap it up. I'm probably not being very articulate on these issues because I'm tired and I'm hungry. I'll jump back in just to say where we're sitting on it. I do apologize for those of you who feel that I've not dealt with this sensitively, even if you happen to be of a more stringent point of view. So I will point out, like, during the 2016 election, we did have a Trump supporter come in. And, I was a little disappointed in the fact that chat didn't let them hear them out because they weren't saying anything particularly unkind. So once you're able to deal with sort of the initial reactions from people, it was a reasonable conversation. They did not make a convincing case. Like, ultimately, the position that I had is that it's one thing to talk about why the other side is bad, but what's the positive case for your guy to be president? And we never really got past that point. It was more like once we got past the standard talking points, it became, you're Canadian, why do you care? Like, well, take a look at the aluminum tariffs, and this is why I cared. But I've aspired as best as I can. I'm not politically indifferent. I'm very politically active and have been before, long before the current set of issues have come up. But I like to think that this is a place where people can say, deeply held political convictions, and they are taken on their own merits. But if you feel that I've dealt with it insensitively, or even, like I said, even if you happen to be in favor of Trump and the Republican Party and dislike the fact that I said that I hope he doesn't win, I mean, in the end, this is my own view, right? And if it means that you can't watch content that doesn't align with your views, there's not much I can say about that. You probably already stopped watching. But the biggest thing that I need to kind of acknowledge the fact that, if I was sitting in a seminar somewhere, could probably deal with this at a better pay, at greater length, and probably a little bit more with a little bit more intelligence. In the context of a stream, it's hard because it's something that I think is serious enough that it should be addressed. And I don't think saying, I don't like the fact that just because I believe that streamers shouldn't necessarily be telling people how to think, or that people shouldn't necessarily be, if you have this Aristotelian view of, doing the right thing is considering this moral exemplar and following what they would do. Absolutely no streamer should be that moral exemplar, especially because the person who you see on the stream or the person you hear on the stream is 100% a character in every single case. Even the person you think is being genuine is not the same person as they are in day-to-day life. It is impossible. I can say that with certainty, having modded for many quote-unquote positivity streamers. even people who are going like big on the Black Lives Matter stuff, I have heard some of them tell very borderline racist jokes, but you know, it's the question of the content. So this is 100%, this place is a minefield if you are looking for the kinds of people that you want to emulate. That doesn't, by the way, mean the fact that they're, you know, raising money for these charities. The charities are getting the money. So, but on the other hand, I also sort of recognize there's a limitation in my role. And in the end, I also know that I care about this stuff, but it doesn't mean I don't have the answer. And it doesn't mean I have anything all that intelligent to say on it. So with that in mind, let's talk about the next few steps. And I apologize for those of you who didn't like that digression. I do think, though, like if I'm going to talk about movies for a bit in the start, I can't just ignore the fact that, you know, when somebody brings up an issue like this and says that it's on their mind. So I'm sorry for not doing it better, but I hope that at least I was following that very famous path paved with good intentions. Next few steps. So we've got our Port Noon anecdote. In fact, I can explore with that right now. So Port Noon is where the long go to enjoy the sea and the sun, to drink from the spring that makes them forgotten, and to stay out of trouble. Mostly out of trouble. The stories that you hear in the Hotel Ciervo are Golden Dude quintuple distilled toasts to memory, served straight up. So we'll be carrying on with our expeditions. Now, the fact that we're going to have another expedition in Port Noon, that's of course going to generate notoriety, which is going to create some problems for my board seat at Glover and Glover. Although I believe it says demotion. I don't know if we actually get demoted. I think we just need to beg for the position back. We'll see. But with that in mind, so there's a little bit of a notoriety dance that I need to do, but it's not. It's actually not going to be as hard to deal with as you might think. Particularly if I avoid doing commissions while I do that mission. Nice. Yeah. Again, I mean, it's crap philosophy that I'm giving, but I have been actually. This is one thing that I'm hoping to do a little bit more for stream. I have been reading more Plato lately. The Apology, the Crito. I'm starting Republic. That's going to take me a while to get through, I know. It's been very rewarding coming back to some of that reading. But yeah, so Port Noon, we're gonna kind of carry on just so that we can get the last of the items. I will be slowly grinding out the unresolved ambiguities and whatnot. So the main path that I'm going to be taking is so while I'm exploring a Port Noon area, I'm just going to be doing study to get the erudition and the glimmering, and the consequence for that is going to be I'm not going to be generating the mystique, which will make it harder for me to get rid of the notoriety. As soon as I get the notoriety, I get one of my heart disciples to get rid of it, so that I can go back to work at Glover and Glover. So that's why, while I'm exploring a Port Noon location, I'm going to be focusing on study, not on commissions. Of course, the need for commissions has also fallen because I have the Frangiclave now. Also, while I'm working on the Frangiclave, also while I'm doing the Port Noon stuff, I'll be using the Frangiclave to go through the Peacock Door so that I can get more Vagabond maps. Please understand Thomas Aquinas and go back in time to tell your past self, stuffing through Philosophy 107, what he's talking about. I can't actually remember. I think it was Aquinas. There's something very attractive about the idea of natural law. It's not an ethical system I necessarily hold on my own, but I found natural law to be a very appealing, philosophical standpoint. But that is a conversation for another. I'd actually much prefer that. So the nice thing about talking about abstractions during a game like this is that I don't have to deal with the reality of day-to-day, which kind of sucks because it means I'm avoiding serious topics, but I don't know. I feel more comfortable in the abstract. I'm pure lantern. But other than that, really, it's going to be a matter of just making sure that Glover and Glover doesn't get too upset with my activities. Also, the fact of the matter is there's only so many more books that we're going to be getting. There's only so many more rituals that we can get, and so as a consequence, this really is the point where I need to start thinking about getting the 6th mark and completing my ascension. But I've obviously worn out my welcome, so again, I guess the one that I probably should have said before, and again, anybody who has a particular position, I would have lost by now, but the biggest emphasis that I would want to make on any of the political issues is that there is a very strong value in listening to what people have to say. Not what you think they're saying, not the thing you heard from John Oliver or the thing that you heard from, I don't know, the Daily Caller or whatever, but specifically the claim the individual is making, addressing the individual and, what they're saying one way or the other. Because nobody wants to be talked to like they're... nobody wants to be talked to like they are a caricature. People want to know that they're being heard. If someone's being rude to you, people being rude is something we already have kind of a social convention for. You don't have to listen to people being rude if you don't want to. And I really don't think that that's what it comes down to. But that's also, there's an expectation on yourself, right? Where possible, it's nice to be able to hear people out. I mean, I'm not perfect at this myself. I obviously have big problems with backseating. I've tried different ways of dealing with it. And honestly, getting short with people is one of the ways that's really effective. So it's I'd like to think uncharacteristic for me, but it happens to be a mechanism that works rather well. And if we're going to have to live in a time where people are really sensitive to a lot of different issues and people are, we're going to be confronted with this stuff because it's important and it's what comes up in day-to-day life. I think one of the best things you can do for yourself is to basically deal with the claim in front of you, and treat the person you're talking to like another human being. So that's Doctor of the Church of Sun. Nicely done. But yeah, I don't know. I to me, that is one of the ways that I can try and keep a little bit of sanity. And more importantly too, to me, it's one of the ones where I can feel a little bit better. I had someone, so I, had a religious upbringing, some people who I went to sort of like the Bible camps with, and, they're very into some conspiracy theories and such. And they're people I can't have a conversation with, but I genuinely tried, and it was one of these cases where, I heard them out. I said, this is what I have to say to that. It's like, well, I'm blocking you. And I'm like, well, you were the one to add me, so I'm sorry you feel that way, but I feel like I have given you enough time to state your point of view. And if your condition is that I have to agree with it, then, it's probably better that we stop talking and that you do the block. So it would be nice if it didn't turn out that way, but at the very least, I feel like that person can't say that they weren't heard out. And I think that's probably the least you can offer someone. Anyways, not sure what I'm playing Friday yet. On Monday, we're back to... Actually, no, we're not back to Star. I'm probably going to do Age of Wonders Planetfall. We'll have to see. We'll definitely be back to Cultist Simulator next week. I don't know if we'll be able to finish this playthrough, but we'll do our best. And assuming that we do finish that playthrough, there wouldn't be Cultist Simulator the week following because of the local game dev meetup. But I will, the live casts, I'm going to try and transition into a couple of things I've been meaning to finish for a while, and then I'll just start doing some more YouTube videos specific for YouTube. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. I am, however, going to leave you in the very capable hands of Rainbow Lightbright. So for spelling, it's RAINBWLITEBRITE. I believe she originally came from Mixer. She's definitely grown quite rapidly. I've not actually seen this game that she's playing right now, but she's a very talented caster. And it's actually somebody that Apocalypse got me in touch with, so I always feel very... Irrepressible says, I apologize, System Chalk. I feel like I wandered in and threw a wrench into your stream. I mean, I'm responsible for what I talk about, right? And I am responsible for my ability or lack of ability to deal with the things that I said. I hope that nobody feels hard done by. If you are, if you have an issue with what I said and you feel that I need to deal with it, you know, my inbox is open. I'm not that hard to get in touch with. In the end, I think probably I'm a little bit more guilty of just saying very pat and very cliche things. But I don't know. People do need to read up. People need to decide where they stand on their own. And we need to make sure that we have mechanisms in place in which people can have a conversation, so that if I have erred, you know, the benefit of my free speech is so that if I say something dumb, that someone else can turn around and explain to me, preferably not in all capital letters, but basically so that I have a mechanism that allows me to learn where I've made a mistake. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I can't blame anyone. Yeah. So yes, for those of you who have any issues with anything I talked about over the last half hour or so, it's Irrepressible 32 Tau. No. Yeah, it's, you know, I deal with chat as best as I can. And it's, in the end, I live or die on my ability to talk about stuff. But one way or the other, we'll be back Friday if you like the live casts, Monday if you like the strategy games, almost certainly Age of Wonders Planetfall. We'll see where we're at with by the end of Wednesday for Cultist Simulator. I will record another Morrowind episode over the weekend, which will be a vodcast, ideally at 7 o'clock on Tuesdays, but sometimes it takes longer for Twitch to process those. Following second Wednesday of every month is going to be the Dirty Rectangles meetup that I go to, and then finally, if I finish Cultist Simulator, we'll be doing something new for the Wednesdays. But I'm not going to keep you from Rainbow Lightbright. Treat her well. I hope you enjoy it. We'll see you next time.